Check for real. Check for real. For real, check, check. Check for real. 1 2 1 2. A B C D E F G.
Test, test, 1 2. Check, check, 1 2. Test 1 2 1 2 3 4. Mic check. Test 1 2 2. Hey hey. Check.
Okay, I think that's working now. And I also want to thank Girls Who Code, who partnered with us for this event today. So shout out to the whole team at Girls Who Code. Daniel's right there. We've got other folks in the room. But again, just want to thank you all for being here. I'm now going to hand the mic over to Richard, who is the board president of Wikimedia New York City, and also Karen. And they're going to be our co-MCs for the day. And I don't know if I mentioned it, but I'm going to mention it now. My name is Pasita Rudder. I'm the executive director of Wikimedia New York City. And we are the regional chapter of the larger Wikimedia movement. And we support platforms like Wikidata, Wikipedia, Wikimedia Commons, and a host of other platforms. So we do hold programs like this throughout the year. And you can find out more information on our website. At the registration table, there's also a link to join our Discord channel so you can keep up to date with everything that we've got going on. But I'm going to call up Richard and Karen right now.
Thanks. Hi, I'm Richard Nipel, user Pharos on the Wikimedia projects from Wikimedia New York City. I just want to introduce Wikidata Day. So Wikidata Day is Wikidata's birthday. We celebrate it every year. This is our third year celebrating it. It's the 12th birthday. The first time we celebrated it was for the 10th anniversary. That was at Brooklyn Public Library. We had a lot of good folks join there. And last year we had it at Columbia University Libraries. And here we're at Pratt. We're very glad to be hosted by Pratt and our friends here. Karen was here from I think the first Wikidata Day. It's a relatively new tradition. We had Wikipedia Day, but now we have Wikidata Day as well. Wikidata was started in 2012. It's grown in a lot of ways over the years, and we hope to be able to bring communities and develop it as we go along. You'll notice, by the way, the Q number for Wikidata is Q 2013. Because it was originally planned to be released in 2013, but it was in fact released in 2012. They got excited and they released it early. So everything is a little bit fundamentally wrong with the universe. Hey.
Hi everyone, I'm Karen Huang, and I want to welcome everyone to Pratt Manhattan. This is the home of the School of Information, and it's also the home of Semantic Lab. And some of you in the room may remember us as Link Jazz. The directors of Semantic Lab, Christina Patuelli and Matt Miller, as well as other members of Semantic Lab, such as myself, are helping to coordinate this event. We want to thank the School of Information, in particular Dean Anthony Cocciolo and the Pratt Academic Senate for their generous support in allowing us to host this event. We also want to thank the Pratt Manhattan building staff. This event would not have been possible without them. Semantic Lab has a long history of benefiting from Wikimedia projects and Wikimedia NYC's work. From 2011, in our early use of Wikipedia knowledge on DBpedia to create a linked open data set of jazz musicians mapping relationships within the jazz world. To one of our earliest Wikipedia editathons in 2015, with the goal of bringing visibility to women in jazz in partnership with the New York Public Library, supported by volunteers from Wikimedia NYC. To now 2024, when all of the members of our group have integrated Wikidata into our workflows to generate new knowledge from archival material and other resources covering art, music, and New York City-specific cultural communities. We understand the important role Wikidata plays in exposing and connecting knowledge, especially underrepresented knowledge, around the web. So we thank Wikimedia NYC. It's been wonderful working with the new executive director, Pasita Rudder, and we are extremely excited to be part of the team to host Wikidata Day 2024 here at Pratt Manhattan. A little bit of housekeeping. Everyone has been feeling comfortable in the lounge, so please feel free to use the lounge. It's wonderful. Also, in case you haven't seen them yet, the bathrooms are to the rear, so you just go all the way to the back of the floor. And we also have the neighboring room available to us, room 214, and that will probably be the breakout room later for Girls Who Code. And on that note, it is now my pleasure to introduce our co-organizers, Girls Who Code, a global organization working locally to close the gender gap in technology.
Thank you, Karen, and good morning, everyone. My name is Danny Volo. I am the Chief Program Officer at Girls Who Code. Show of hands, how many of you have heard of or participated in a Girls Who Code programming? Heard of our, oh, I love that. All right, awesome. So we've been around for 12 years with the goal of closing the gender gap in technology. Over the last 12 years, we've worked with nearly 700,000 students across grades 3rd through early career, through after-school programs, summer programs, and college and career programs. And the reason why we were so excited to join you all today is because we believe in two things. One is the promise of technology to solve problems. And we think that Wikipedia and Wikidata is a beautiful example of how communities can come together and use tech to solve critical problems. The second is that we believe it's critically important that we have women, non-binary folks, and underrepresented groups at every single table where technology is being used and developed. And so for us, it's really critical that we are consistently working with communities to make sure that our communities are represented. Welcome. I'm really thrilled to be here. I'm really excited. I've never done anything on Wiki, so I may try to do something today. We'll see. But I'm going to turn it over now back to Richard and Karen to talk a little bit about Wikipedia. Is that correct?
Sure. Well, Wikipedia data. I have some general stuff which you missed a little bit before.
Oh, fantastic. Okay, great. I'm turning it back over.
So yeah, I wanted to remind, or say for the first time, we are under the Wikimedia New York City Code of Conduct policy. Please treat people appropriately. If you have any issues, please get in touch with myself, Karen, or Prasida. We have tags with people's names if they like, and some color code for, so if green means okay to take a photograph, yellow means ask me, and red means no. Even if it says green, you should probably ask, especially if it's close. So be conscious of people. We're going to have a bunch of nice presentations today, and we're also going to have some Wikidata editing. Once you do some Wikidata editing, you can earn a hat. We have a hats for edit scheme going. So we have one that says Wikidata editor, and which says I heart Q60. I heart Q60 means Q60 is the Wikidata code for New York City. So, want to give credit. Katie Filbert created the Q60 item in 2012. Megs Wacha created the first meme of I heart Q60, and Jim Henderson, who's here, was the first person to put it on a hat. So the most important part of wiki fashion is attribution, and we want to make sure that's covered properly. Yeah, I think that's about it for the general stuff. Again, we can start talking about Wikidata. And I'm just going to log in for the Zoom so that the Zoom is working. We also have a live stream going. If your friends at home can watch on the live stream or on Zoom. Also, if you're particularly conscious about not being on the video, you might want to avoid the first two rows over here, just because they might be caught on the broadcast. Okay.
So are you going to do the general sort of Wikidata versus?
Yeah. Well, maybe I should.
If you want to.
Yeah. I was gonna. Okay. Yeah. Maybe I should start. Okay, so I'm just going to give a general start. So you're all familiar with Wikipedia. Wikipedia has, it's based on the old encyclopedia concept. It has about 300 different language editions. It's narrative based. So they're like sentences and paragraphs and things like that. It's based on a particular language. Like I said, we have about 300 different languages. They're very uneven. Some of them are much more developed than others. Some are more developed in some areas than others. Wikidata we call a sibling project or a sister project, which is also run by the Wikimedia Foundation, also developed by volunteers, but it's a different way of looking at data. And I'll share a little bit about it with you. So the most basic thing to know about Wikidata is it's quite closely related to Wikipedia. You use the same Wikimedia account, so I encourage you, you'll have an opportunity to create an account if you don't have an account already, but it's the same account you might use for Wikipedia. Everything on Wikipedia has an item on Wikidata. So there are 30 million things that have about 30 million things that are on Wikipedia somewhere. Each of those things have an item on Wikidata, but also many millions of other things. There are a lot of topics that might not fit on a Wikipedia or might not be in a particular language Wikipedia, but they'll be on Wikidata. And Wikidata has Wikidata covers a lot more things with machine-readable information that you wouldn't necessarily find on Wikipedia. Let me just find a good example. Actually, I'll show you. Okay. This is this is a nice example. it's all machine readable statements. So if you're in the library world, you'll see this is this property. We have thousands of properties and values. So atom, instance of human biblical figure, instance of protoplast, which I believe is a theological philosophical term, which I don't quite understand, and other things. And the nice thing about it is it's a common database used for all sorts of different topics. It's used for history, it's used for art, it's used for technology. And the nice thing about Wikidata is you can query it in interesting ways and do some interesting things about it. Another difference is, unlike Wikipedia, it's under, it's all completely, it's not only, Wikipedia is under the Creative Commons license, this is under a public domain, basically, equivalent license. And one of the things we'll be sharing about is, how is representations of truth. I wanted to give an example of that here. So you might be familiar with this biblical character of Adam. Comes up every so often in Western culture and other cultures. The example you might, so one of the values is gender. The gender here, there's the gender male, which is very common, but there's another value here as well, which is androgynos or androgynous in Aramaic. And you'll see that it's a valid value here. It's according to a particular source. It's according to a particular worldview that Adam was not male or female when created. And it's sort of the way it gives it maybe a hint of how Wikipedia represents different sorts of information. We're not saying that one thing is 100% truth or one thing is not, but we try to give things in context. And we have it's an interesting way to query things and see how information is represented across all sorts of different areas. So hopefully.
Thanks, Richard. So we're not going to go too deep into the actual editing just yet because there are a couple things that are going to take place in between. But we did want to, okay, there we go. We just wanted to introduce some of the tools that are going to be available to you, show a little bit of editing so that when the time comes, you will have a little bit of a primer. We'll also have a looped sort of slideshow that you can use as a cheat sheet for the type of editing that we're proposing today. So if you have looked at the Wikipedia Wikidata Day 2023 for NYC page, we have here at the bottom, we have editing resources. So some of the things that Richard just discussed, for example, are listed there. There's also this, because the panel speakers later this afternoon are going to be talking about elections and misinformation. We thought that it would be nice to hook up with that by having a full list of some of the local officials, and some of them will be running for office this coming round. So there are examples here of the kind of edits that you might make for some of these people, and it would be great because almost everyone is represented on Wikidata, but not everyone has complete information about the offices they hold. So position held becomes something really nice to work on. In addition to that, later we'll write on the board a couple of identifiers that people might want to include on their favorite or least favorite elected officials, which is Ballotpedia is also something that's really good for adding identifiers to these people's records. And I wanted to just show quickly one of the types of edits that you might make. So some of you might remember that not too long ago there was a bit of redistricting that went on in New York City, and so some of these elected officials, they belong to one district, and then all of a sudden they no longer were representing a district that they felt they were part of, so they switched districts. So one of the things that I want to do is show you Ballotpedia. So Andrew Gunardis, if you look, he is a state senator, and you can see it says position held from 2019. He was part of New York's 22nd State Senate. Is that big enough for everyone to see? I can also make it a little So what we need to do, if you see here, he is currently not for the 22nd district. He is for the 26th district, so we can add that information. We can create something new. So we can add here, member of the state Senate of New York. We can add the qualifier of the start time, and let's see. I think that was January 1st, 2020. I actually changed it for another person, so I'm going to just kind of look at that. So at the same time, John Liu changed, so 2023. Add qualifier. Electoral district. And then here we would add that it's New York's 26. So let's just double check that. Do New York State Senate. No. Not congressional. State Senate district. And then you would add the reference for Ballotpedia. And then I would also put stated in. And so there you've added a new bit of information. So there's a whole list there that people can work on. I also wanted to show, I'm not logged in. Okay, that is okay for now. I also wanted to show that on his, you do have a Ballotpedia ID already listed there. And I think that if you're just starting out to edit, sometimes it's a little daunting to add a statement and then qualifiers and things like that. So maybe a first step would be adding those kind of identifiers. Sorry. I wanted to do the same thing for another person. So one of my council member is Alexa Aviles. So here I know, oh, she does have Ballotpedia. What was the one I wanted to add? Sorry about that. I wanted to add VoteSmart, that's what it was. So VoteSmart is another database. VoteSmart candidate ID. So if I go to VoteSmart and I look up Alexa, oh, thank you. So you can see here the identifier for VoteSmart is actually this number in here. Let me see if I can grab that. Is this number in here. And we can add that now to Alexa's record. So VoteSmart, candidate ID. And then you can add that there. So this is just a basic primer on editing. Later when we sort of, if people are interested in editing, if you need any help, you need to have a user account. If you need help setting that up, that's fine. And there are many people in this room who are sort of veterans at editing Wikidata, so.
Yeah, I'll be able to share a little bit more.
Do you want to use my computer?
Oh, yeah, sure, thanks. Yeah, I just wanted to share, so here are some of the editing resources that we have. So we're gonna have some editing, there's gonna be some editing during lunch, hopefully, and some during the Girls Who Code session as well. as you like. Probably just want to share some of these resources here. This is just on the meetup page. So Wikidata in one page. You might want to just learn. If you're not familiar with it, you can see some things about how it works. Of course, you have these Q numbers for items. We have P numbers for properties. There are hundreds and thousands of properties. You can propose a new one. We can have a Q item on virtually anything. So if there's something interesting that is not represented on Wikipedia or is not represented on Wikidata yet, we can create some Q numbers and create some new things and query them in interesting ways. Wikidata does have a really great query service, which we can use to find out things like what are the largest cities in the world that currently have a female identifying mayor. And this would change like every 6 months if you had like a normal list. But because it's Wikidata, it knows the population, it knows who the mayor is. It usually has gender information about the mayor. You can do this on an ongoing basis. You can do things like, show me French 18th century artworks in New York museums, things like that. So a lot of stuff around artwork, a lot of fun things that people can do around data donation, adding statements. This tool called Open Refine, I'm sure people can share about that during some of the sessions. We're having a bit of a theme about elections because we're coming up on election day. So if people want to edit Wikidata both about the office holders and about the elections in general that are coming up. We also had an idea about maybe having some referendums. There are a lot of important referendums that are coming up in New York and around the country. And as well, there's a great exhibition right now in the gallery downstairs. It's about sound and seeing sound, so it's a sound and art exhibition. And we'd encourage people to maybe work on the Wikidata items around the exhibition, around the exhibition as a whole, and around some of the artists and some of the works. That might be a nice way to like taste Wikidata if you want to play with it manually a little bit. And I'd encourage people to like find the various models of radio. If you can include that in Wikidata, you might have a little session of that. Maybe start during lunch. So yeah, hopefully there you can find anything that you're interested in working on Wikidata, and we can maybe get into groups and find some of these topics around elections, around maybe some of the artwork that's in the gallery, around anything else you find interesting or that you want to help develop. Thanks. It's also a little bit about the Wikidata query service. I think we're going to join, in a couple of minutes, we're going to be joined by Craig Newmark, joining virtually. But might as well, yeah, let me know if that's ready, or if not. Okay, yeah. Yeah.
I'm not sure if this is the appropriate time or place, but my name is Jennifer, by the way, user Jen Jones. As far as the statement and identifiers, when do you know which one to use when?
Yeah, so that's interesting. So there are generally two types of properties on Wikidata. The top bunch is things like instance of, gender, birth date, political affiliation, things like that. Identifiers are grouped on the bottom, and they're almost all like this refers to this has a page on this website or in this database. So it's referring to other databases. Wikidata is one of the nice things about Wikidata is it's sort of a universal database, so it links between different databases. I just want to share this is the query service. You probably have some fun playing with the query service. This is a nice query of Broadway venues in New York City. And the nice thing about this is you can scroll over and it gives you some of the things, like that's the Q number for something using, this is the using identifier using the Internet Broadway database, Broadway database venue ID. It's checking for Broadway theaters, and it has some of this, there's some geodata for some of these things too. And you can do sorts of interesting queries like that. And I mean, one of the things that might be interesting is to work on a particular query. Is there a question that you have? I mean, some questions work well on Wikidata, some don't. And if they don't work well, you can maybe help fix some of the data so that it's represented properly. But that might be, as well as adding data today, it might be an interesting experience to think of an interesting query and pair up with someone and have a group to work on an interesting query to do. Here's the nice one. Speaking of mayors that are any kind of domesticated animal. Uh, so there are only 3. Unfortunately, so you can please expand this, and they're all dogs, which is like really unrepresentative. I feel like cats. Okay, yeah. So there should be a whole cat mayor. Someone should work on that during the lunch period, because there are cats. There've probably been other domesticated animals. It seems like maybe there have been wild animals that aren't included here. But the nice thing about, like, say, a universe database is that it can have, it can have values for mayor that are not the typical values. it can have a value that is a dog, if the dog is officially the mayor, or under some certain understanding is the mayor. And there's some, more meaningful things here too. A lot of stuff around lexical information. Most famous child of a librarian. We have a lot of librarians here. So this is kind of interesting to see. So this is a query that's looking at all of the Wikidata people who have the profession, occupation librarian, and they have a child, someone's marked as child of, and they have a Wikipedia article in as many languages as possible. So this is more like internationally famous than like famous, in a broad sense. So it's like lasting history. And apparently the most famous person is Superman. Because we didn't specify that they were a real non-fictional person, and you can specify that, but in this case the decision was made may not do that. And Paul Allen is number 2 with 84. We represented 84 languages, and there's various other options here. But it's a nice sort of way to explore different questions they might not typically ask. There are things like life expectancy by profession. And actually, librarian does pretty well in that regard. Librarians and archivists do pretty well. Something like conquistador does not do very well. So yeah, there are a lot of different things you can examine.
Thank you, Richard.
Recording in progress.
I am just here to briefly introduce Craig Newmark, who's going to give us a few words via Zoom. Before I introduce Craig, how many of you have heard of Craig Newmark? Awesome. How many of you have heard of Craigslist? Okay. Craig Newmark is the founder of Craigslist. Craig Newmark is also a big supporter of both Girls Who Code and Wikimedia New York City, and a huge proponent of cybersecurity through the Cyber Civil Defense Fund. And so I think it's going to be really exciting to hear from him today. Craig, take it away.
Folks, I appreciate it. And yes, I'm the Craig who started Craigslist. I appear to exist much unlike, say, Betty Crocker. However, I do have a pretty low profile. I did move to New York a few years ago, although today I'm in San Francisco. We still have friends and family here, a lot of ties. And tomorrow we'll be running the petting zoo, part of our neighborhood Halloween celebration. I've been a big supporter in a substantial way for Wikipedia for a long time. I feel that Wikipedia is where facts go to live. It's a really big deal. And the deal that for Wikipedia New York City, the chapter, is that what they're doing is running these Wikipedia for Beginner classes, which is part of the whole idea to democratize Wikipedia. We need more editors, people who not only will edit a couple articles now and then, but who will be committed to things. And that's both part of democratization, but also part of the effort to protect Wikipedia. Helping people who are protecting the country and so on is a really big deal. That's the whole cybersecurity thing. My theme is cyber civil defense, and this whole pause, take 9 thing. A big part of that is the work that Girls Who Code are doing. When you learn how to code, just like when you learn how to edit Wikipedia, you get a sense of how things work, and you get the power to actually change things, which translates into a little bit of actual power, which everyone needs to share. And that's about sharing from the grassroots going up. Girls Who Code is focusing on cybersecurity education in the K through 12 range, which is also a big part of this. So Wikidata is a part of the whole effort to combat misinformation. The deal is sometimes need to fight falsehoods with facts. They need to be in a form that you can get to that's trustworthy. And Wikipedia and Wikidata are all about trusted information. Cybersecurity, right now things have gotten bad online in some respects. There are people who are going after our utilities like water and power. That's a problem in the here and now. Systems have been compromised. And if someone was able to shut off the water supply or power to New York City, I don't know about you, but I would have a bad day. So the deal is that these systems are important for protecting us, both in cybersecurity, but also fighting misinformation. The cyber civil defense thing, the pause, take9.org things, I just want to leave you with some knowledge that it's a national public service campaign. We all do need to protect ourselves, our families, our homes. And, we need to do what we can to help protect the country. And we're building ways that regular people can participate in protecting critical infrastructure. Please take a look at pausetake9.org. It'll just take a few seconds and it'll help you get some information on the general theme. Sometimes cybersecurity, sometimes protecting yourself is all about taking a few seconds before you click on a message which turns out to be bad news. Folks, I really appreciate it. And as always, like the Batman says, I don't think I'm the nerd you want, but I'm the nerd you got.
Thank you, Craig. So at this point, we're going to transition to lunch. So we have some food set up in the lobby area out there. Feel free to go out and help yourself. There's some breakout rooms if you want to sit down and enjoy lunch. And then we'll reconvene back in here for the spotlight sessions and lightning talks and the breakout editathon. So thank you for your time. Enjoy lunch, and we'll see you again very soon.
And feel free to visit the exhibition downstairs. Feel free to visit the exhibition downstairs, and some of us will be working on some of the Wikidata items for the exhibition, if you want to join. Or work on things related to elections or anything else. help getting it on the computer, let us know. Hello? Oh, whatever. Anyway, it's not. Hello? Okay. Yeah. Thank you. Yeah. So there's an exhibition downstairs, Seeing Sound, at the Pratt Manhattan Gallery. I just started just a very preliminary version, Wikidata items for the Pratt Manhattan Gallery and for this exhibition. And so if you want to visit the exhibition or just learn more about it, you can have a catalog and get some of these facts in Wikidata, and we can translate some of the facts from prose to Wikidata ease, and we can work on that together. It's kind of a fun exercise. It's a modeling exercise. It's a fun way to learn about Wikidata. So if you like, I think I'm going to take one, and you might want to share one as well as you still have some time to visit the exhibition. I'm going to put them here. And you can also do it for. You can also work on items for individual artists in the exhibition. For the curator is something about the curator already. and also about individual artworks if an artwork particularly moves you, or if there's, you can include things like included in the exhibition, like include parts of the class and all the different models of radios. So yeah, there's some things, fun things you can do about it in the exhibition. And the exhibition's around seeing sound, around like sort of sound in art.
I think because no one brought a cable.
I'm trying to crop it so that it's just.
Oh, great, thank you. Actually, I appreciate that.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Oh, okay. Yeah, no worries.
And once you create a Wikidata item, you get a hat. That's our general rule. If you edit Wikidata substantially, you get your choice of Wikidata hat. You can say Wikidata editor. It can say I heart Q60. Yeah, just make a significant edit today, and you will get some swag. Yeah, if you can edit a Wikidata item related to the exhibition, that'd be great. Thanks.
Apple makes their money on connecting dongles. They're just like, no, we don't do that anymore. We have to buy 10 dongles for this to work.
I know, it really is true. That's always been that way, actually, right? Like, it's always like a new connector, right?
Right? To the point where Europe was like, no, Apple
so. I think USB-C is tiny generally.
Type C, okay.
Oh, yeah, yeah. It's
So again, one quick announcement, if you're doing any kind of a talk and you want to make sure that you can, and you have slides, and you want to make sure that it works, you might want to see if you have USB-C. Otherwise, you might need to send your file to me. Thank you.
everyone. Thanks for coming back. Hope you had some good Wikidata experiences over lunch, and we'll have hopefully some more for those who joined the Girls Who Code session. I'm happy to introduce. We're interested in convening people around Wikidata. An organization that does a lot of that is the Wiki Education Foundation. It's a nonprofit that serves university engagement with students and with faculty and staff in the United States and Canada, and also through some software it creates around the world and through some of its learning materials. We're very interested in engaging with Wikidata globally and locally. I happen to be one of the members of the board of the Wikimedia Foundation. The Wiki Education Foundation. And I'm glad to introduce you to Will Kent, also known as Wikidata Will, who does some who's the Wikidata guru for the Wiki Education Foundation, and is going to be sharing with us virtually today. Thanks. Go.
Thanks, Richard. Can everybody hear me really fast? Awesome. Hi, everyone. My name is Will Kent. Happy Wikidata Day, everybody. I hope the event has been going well so far. I'm thrilled to have the opportunity to speak to you. I was asked to talk a little bit more about Wikidata and education, and so I've got some cool examples lined up for you, some of which you might already know, some of which might be new. But I wanted to start off really simply by just talking about the connection between Wikidata and Wikipedia and some of the implications of that, because those are through lines through all the education examples I've got. So let me just share my screen. And I'm coming to you from San Francisco, but I thought I'd start with New York City. That's where you are. So New York City Wikipedia page. I'm sure we've discussed this already, but all these Wikipedia pages have representative Wikidata items, and so we can always click the Wikidata item in the bottom or the right side of the screen, and it takes us through to the New York City item for Wikidata. And then if we scroll down to the bottom of that Wikidata item, we've got not only all the Wikipedia pages linked there, but also all the other Wikimedia project items representing New York. So things about from WikiQuote, things from Wikivoyage, and then Wikimedia Commons. So Wikidata is kind of this big hub for all this information about specific things, in this case, New York City, which is very cool. But that link between Wikipedia and Wikidata is very clear and very important. And one reason why it's very important is because AI, we're obliged to talk about this in every single presentation now. And this one is no different. So this is a blog post from Selena Deckelman from the Wikimedia Foundation. And I just wanted to highlight this one particular paragraph because every LLM is trained on Wikipedia content and almost is always the largest source of training data in their data sets. So when people ask, why is it important to edit Wikipedia or Wikidata, you can say because it influences language learning models and AI and algorithms. And Wikidata is included in this, being structured machine readable data. It's really easy for machines to process it. It is slurped up along with Wikipedia, and so that's one reason why it's super significant. So by virtue of having things on Wikipedia or on Wikidata, they kind of exist in the world according to computers and also people. Showing up in search results is very significant, but so is appearing within these language learning models and also all of the nuance that goes with that. So with that in mind, let me share some education examples, things that use Wikidata, rely on Wikidata. Oh, little feedback. Everything. Oh. Better. Cool. Okay, so one example I want to share with you is from Carnegie Hall. Maybe some of us have been there. I worked with them a couple of years ago, and they generated this experiments page, which is kind of a hybrid of Wikidata and linked data from their own collection. But you can see in these experiments that they highlight kind of discoveries or findings or interesting takeaways from their data set. And so like the Grammy Award winners at Carnegie Hall, we can see the friendly Wikidata barcode and then a list of Grammy Award winners who have performed at Carnegie Hall and the number of Grammys that they've won. And all of this, if we click onto Edit Sparkle, comes from Wikidata queries. And if we scroll down, they've got their little lab report to kind of explain what we're looking at and why it might be important. If we click this verbose button, we can see exactly how they did it and what their conclusions are and further investigations. And just the construction of this particular example, to me, as an educator, gets me really excited because not only does it unpack kind of some intimidating looking Sparkle query, but they also explain where they're coming from and where they want to go with this information. So, showing Grammy Award winners is just one of many awards that exist. And you could kind of extrapolate that to show any award from anything represented in Wikidata. And you could have it be digestible in terms of this data visualization with all the images and kind of customize it from there. So I think between the flexibility that Wikidata offers and also how it can kind of synthesize all of this information very thoroughly is a huge potential for education. I also just like that they encourage you by spelling this all out to kind of do your own version of this. So I think the experiments at the Data Lab are really great. I hope they do more. They haven't done any in a while, but that's okay. Maybe we can replicate some at other institutions. So that's the Data Lab example. This next one is from WikiDataCon 2021. So it's a couple years old, but I presented with Stacey Allison, Lane Raspberry, Amanda Rust, and Amy Ruskin all about Wikidata in the classroom. And I have to say, I teach a lot of Wikidata courses. I work with a lot of metadata practitioners, open data enthusiasts, Wikipedians who are interested in Wikidata. And classroom work with Wikidata is still fairly rare, outside of at least like library and information science realm and maybe computer science. There aren't just a lot of people trying it out. So if you have ideas for classroom work, let me know. And maybe some of these will inspire some good thoughts. So I know Lane, Lane might even be in the room, I'm not sure, does a lot of work with WikiCite and gathering academic articles on Wikidata so that we can use them as sources, not only on Wikidata, but also Wikipedia. I think that's huge. And also like the distillation of academic knowledge into one vast database is very exciting for my librarian brain. I teach all these Wikidata courses, so basically evangelizing Wikidata and saying how it's important and unpacking some really specific technical concepts within Wikidata and the community. Stacey she actually teaches in a classroom. I think if you want an example of a classroom project, hers are probably the most influential and like fully formed and actually tested. And she works with a lot of library science students in using Wikidata to produce metadata and correcting things on Wikidata and building out content gaps. And Amanda and Amy both work at the Boston Research Center and do a lot of work representing local history. And I know you'll be doing some editing later today, but I just want to linger on open history because I think the more local you get on Wikidata, the worse representation tends to be. So if you're ever wondering like, I wonder what I can edit today, looking at local items, monuments, people, places are great places to start making some edits. So these, I can share all of these links afterward, by the way, but these are all kind of some excellent examples of education and Wikidata influencing assignments and being deployed in classrooms. So that's one example. Another set of examples is a couple years ago, I worked with some students at the University of Virginia, and this is kind of like the majority of Wikidata research has to do with using Wikidata as a corpus and analyzing the results and having outcomes and takeaways from whatever the interests are. So this particular paper is all about kind of understanding data models in Wikidata, how we describe things, how everything fits together. And what this research group did, they were so charming and wonderful to work with, was to kind of pick a set of items randomly and see if they could kind of create an algorithm or finely tune an algorithm to guess what a data model could be or to make improvements to data models, kind of like the Recoin tool, but using a different methodology. So this is exciting because it's kind of AI adjacent, but it's using Wikidata. It's all transparent. It's all open. They've got their GitHub posted here. And the idea is just to use Wikidata to kind of better understand the world that we live in. How are we all describing certain things? What are some properties that exist very consistently? What are others that are very inconsistent? And just working through this analysis and generating these tools is a great way to understand how to better describe the world that we live in and kind of improve the whole Wikidata experience. So I just wanted to highlight this as like a higher level example of Wikidata in education, and one of the benefits of using Wikidata as a whole rather than like editing single items or even batch edits to, thousands of items. This is just using all of Wikidata, which is pretty exciting. So more papers like that, but there's also a lot of events that happen within the realm of education. I'm sure some of us have participated in LD4 Wikidata Affinity group calls. I just wanted to highlight these because not only is their archive a great educational resource, but if ever you want to participate, it's one of the most welcoming groups I've been a part of over the past few years. And they do keep track of all their past speakers, and they've got some excellent educational resources kind of embedded in these calls. And this is just a wiki project that they've got up on Wikidata. And you can feel free to join. You can do searches for specific kinds of resources. So if you're editing more in the GLAM sector, focusing on images, there's a lot of really good presentations from people representing those institutions. If you're more interested in kind of like Wikidata as production for metadata and libraries, there's really great presentations about that too. And if you're interested in just like the Wikidata community and developing new properties and kind of metering like the politics behind describing things using data models, schemas, they talk about all this stuff, and it's great because every single meeting is kind of hyper-focused on that one or two topics. And if it's not your topic, at least you'll know who's doing what kind of research, which I think is pretty great. So this is also good for the US. I know there's a lot of really nice resources for Wikidata abroad as well, but this is a US specific one. So I thought I would highlight that for all of you. So some other examples of projects. I for the past 4 or 5 years now, I've worked with the Graphic Possibilities Initiative at Michigan State, and their work concerns filling in content gaps around everybody involved in graphic novels and cartoons or comic books. And they've been doing this 50 states initiative, and I just spoke at their little workshop maybe 2 or 3 weeks ago, and they're just going through state by state. So they just did Ohio, and they're kind of profiling comic book illustrators, authors, publishers, inkers from each state. And it turns out Michigan State has this vast archive of comics and comic-related literature, and a lot of it isn't accessible outside of the university. And so what they're doing is partnering with other universities and moving it to Wikidata to make it accessible more broadly. And then a cool thing they can do with this is create some visualizations. So this is on their website. And you can see Charlton Comics, and they've got some examples of comics and the illustrators and the authors, some notable works from these comic publishers. And the thing that is really significant to me, and I already alluded to this, like 10 minutes ago when I started, is that none of this was on Wikidata previously, or at least the connections weren't made. And it really takes going in there, making those connections to have visualizations like this. And then these visualizations are just the beginning of what could be years of research and better representing different communities online. But I like this as an example of something that is really well organized in the library context, but isn't accessible more broadly. And the more data we're able to share on Wikidata, the better we can kind of tell these stories, show data visualizations, and actually do research into what this all means. So I think this is a really fun application of Wikidata. And as far as the technical aspects of it goes, they do these edit-a-thons. They've got some great librarians and digital humanists on staff who work to train people, work to check the data, work to organize spreadsheets. So it's a really well-oiled machine. And if you're interested in working with them, let me know and I can point you in the right direction. So I've got just a few more examples, and then we can open things up for questions. But since it's nearly Halloween, I feel very obliged to share Andrew McEwen's Survey of Scottish Witchcraft, which is kind of like one of the first major Wikidata projects in the classroom. And I love using this as an example because there is a really good database of which information, which data from Scotland. And again, it was not linked data. It was just available in like a spreadsheet, tabular format, and they added it to Wikidata and had students create videos and Sparkle queries. And now we can see tables of the trials, and they're all on Wikipedia, so we can kind of enhance all of the data about these individuals, where they lived, what they were accused of, and have a much fuller picture than we could have previously. And I love sharing this example too for the same reason I like sharing the Carnegie Hall one, which is it's like a teaching and learning tool itself. So you can kind of read the webpage and know what to do. And this is a really fun Halloweeny example. So that's the Scottish Witchcraft Trials data set. This Wikidata work is also important because of how influential it can be on Wikipedia, and I've kind of talked around this, but I wanted to talk about Women in Red for a second because this is the project that I know that uses Wikidata the most, and I think it's really effective the way they use Wikidata, and I wish more projects would borrow this way of using Wikidata. So if you're not familiar with Women in Red, representation of women on Wikipedia is very low. It's like 80-20 in terms of representation, and this project exists to improve that, and it has. It used to be like 15%, and since the project started, they've been able to bump it up to 20, which is better, but there's still a lot of work to do to reach parity. But one way that Women in Red works is they go through all the like non-English versions of Wikipedia, and they produce these lists of women who are notable in these other languages, and encourage English Wikipedians to write articles about these notable women. And you can see that they're organized here in terms of occupation. And you might notice the little WDs next to all of the occupations, and that stands for Wikidata. So if we click on musicians, we can see as we scroll down that there's nothing here. So that's a bad example to choose, but maybe we can do animators instead. And we've got a list of animators here, and this might look like a regular table to you, but it's in fact a listeria table, and listeria are Sparkle queries presented as a table on Wikipedia. So we can always click to the Sparkle, and we can see that this is being generated from a Wikidata list and shared here. And so it's a really efficient way of gathering notable people from other parts of the world, or at least other language groups, and encouraging English editors to create articles about them. So not only does this one table exist, but there's hundreds of tables here representing thousands of potential articles that could exist. And this is just focused on women, but with Wikidata, you can swap out one item for another item, or for hundreds of items, and use the same kind of construction to work on other underrepresented groups, underrepresented places, your own personal interests. But I like that this is striving to fill a content gap on Wikipedia, and it's doing it at scale, and it's been a really successful project for several years now. We're just under 20%. Okay, so more work to do. But the way that Wikidata is used in this, I think, is instrumental. And knowing how Wikidata works can help you better understand how this works and create similar projects. So I just wanted to highlight that too. Kind of going back to AI for a second, this is an article from Karina Schuster from Wikimedia Deutschland, just talking about the importance of open data in this era of artificial intelligence, and pointing to the fact that Wikidata, it's new, and a lot of people call it unreliable, and there's a lot of reliability issues that we need to confront as a community on Wikidata. But like just as when Wikipedia first started and everyone said this is never going to be a reliable source, now it's kind of like the darling of the internet in terms of reliability. Wikidata, I think, is on a similar trajectory, and as like an oppositional force and a complementary force to AI at the same time. I think understanding Wikidata, making edits to it, developing a strong community of people to help meter and mediate those edits is really significant. And having these assignments in classrooms, running these research projects, all will help kind of bolster this. So that's again, like pulling in that AI thread again. And we're going to start to take a couple steps back and look at a bird's eye view by the end of my little talk, which is coming up. So I've got this blog post that I wrote a couple years ago pulled up all about querying in Wikidata, since that's one of the major ways that people interact with Wikidata's data and kind of synthesize results and understand what's there. So I've got a list of what queries can tell you, and the title of the post is "What Can Querying Wikidata Do for Me?" But it could just as easily be called "What Can Wikidata Do for Me?" because the queries are just showing Wikidata data. So I just thought I would kind of run through a couple of these as use cases for Wikidata as a whole. So like you can ask Wikidata questions and you can get answers. You can ask for visualizations of huge sets of data and kind of digest that very quickly visually. You can see what's there and what's not. So with like Women in Red, we can find out, does this person have an article? They should have an article. Is this like little slice of data extant on Wikidata yet, or do we have to add it? We can also maintain things. So if there's like a name change, or if there's a different way we should be phrasing things, or if we suddenly realize like, oh, this archive that didn't exist before should exist, we can maintain that and add it. We can also pull in Wikipedia data so we can better understand how Wikipedia is doing, where content gaps are, what we can do about them. We can enrich at scale, which is exciting, do linguistic analysis, not just with lexemes, but also like how are different languages modeling different things in the world. And then we can also kind of turn Wikidata on itself and understand like what are like highly used properties, what are some identifiers that we're very reliant on as a community, and a couple other things too. But I think all of these very powerful elements that Wikidata offers us as researchers, as academics, as educators, is really appealing, and that it's free and open is huge. Anyone can start using it tomorrow. So in closing, some things to consider. I've got the Wikidata statistics page pulled up just to speak to the size of Wikidata. So there's over 100 million items, 2.2 billion edits have been made. There's 24,000 active users, which is much smaller than English Wikipedia. And then what's in Wikidata is significant because the green slice is the scholarly article slice, which is 31.5% of all Wikidata items. And that's a huge proportion of Wikidata is scholarly articles. So to me, this immediately says that Wikidata is nowhere near complete, and we need to add so much more that aren't scholarly articles. But at the same time, because a WikiSite, scholarly article representation is huge. It's really important. We can use them as references, which is great. But I just want to highlight the fact that there's a lot of work to do on Wikidata, and this makes it really, really clear just because of the bias of what kinds of items exist on Wikidata. And the more we work on it, the better it gets, the better the linked data cloud gets. So this is a representation of a lot of different nodes of open and linked data on the internet. Each one of these circles represents a different knowledge base or data set. This one's Wikidata right here, and you can see it shows the connections across other databases. And one of the promises of linked data, which is what Wikidata is that it plays well with other linked data. We can pull in other sets. We can run queries and analyses. We can download it. We can parse it. We can do whatever we want with it. And there's just a handful of connections here. And this whole cloud is not representative of all the data in the world. But it's cool because 25 years ago, this was just this cloud didn't really exist. Or if it did, it was very rudimentary with just a couple connections. And so my hope is in the future, this cloud is, like 14 times bigger, and Wikidata is more connected to all of these things, and we're able to use all of this data for whatever it is that we want to do. And I think that's a really noble pursuit, and working together, in classrooms with newcomers, forming like new and innovative research, I think is going to be fantastic. And I think that's everything that I wanted to cover about Wikidata in education. So I hope these are some compelling examples for you, spark some cool ideas, and also excites you to make some edits this afternoon. So I'll pause here and open the floor to any questions any of you might have. Thank you.
Hello, Jean Squire. I'm not from New York City, I'm from France, but I'm in New York. I was wondering how many of those links could be done by automation from bots?
In the linked data cloud, the last slide.
Yeah, the graph you showed about the relations.
Yeah, I think a portion of it could be automated, but there's a lot that isn't there currently. Like as big as that cloud is and as exciting as that is, there's still a lot that's missing. And also like finely tuning the connections between the different data sets or like federating the databases together takes a lot of work. But automation will be essential to it. That's a really important element for sure.
Hi, thanks for the talk.
Sure.
Why are there locked Wikipedia pages, and how is it decided what is removed or added from Wikipedia and Wikidata? Is that like a mockery of this idea of democratizing the internet?
No, I don't believe it is. Pages are protected by the community, so by you, by everyone in this room, by me. And they're protected usually because they're targets of vandalism, which means other people have tried to deface them or add inaccurate data, or it's really important and they want to make sure that trusted community members are making edits. But by virtue of everything being transparent, it's like the trust comes from the fact that you've been a good faith editor for a long time. It's not like you earned it or paid for it. You're just an active member of the community. So I think page protection is a great function of the Wikipedia and Wikidata community. Any other questions?
Just with the data visualizations, I don't know, is there any other way maybe to, like, I like the way it works, but for some people it might not work. Or is there any plans for maybe changing that in the future?
I know that the data visualization team for the Wikidata query service is always working on improving it. I'll say that I don't know any specifics, but I do know that the data is free and open, so you can download it and input it into any data visualization tool that you want. So in a way, you have like an infinite set of possibilities. It's just like whatever comes with the query service is what we're starting with, but you're welcome to use the data for any purposes you see fit.
Great. Thank you, Will. Thank you for the presentation. Thank you for the questions. And we're going to transition to the next spotlight session now. Can we give a round of applause to Will?
Thanks, everyone.
I was going to make a quick announcement, maybe. Okay. Yeah, I just wanted to mention, start the next presentation soon. We have some upcoming events. Just wanted to share. So as we have Wikidata Day today, we're going to have a Wikimedia Commons night in November 26th. So you can celebrate Wikimedia Commons, which is our photography and multimedia site. So that'll be on the Tuesday evening, November 26th. We are also having a Wikipedia's birthday in January. And next year we're going to have WikiConference North America and probably another event for Wikidata Day as well. If anyone would like to be involved, or maybe would like to host one of these events, maybe someone from a university or a library or something like that, we'd always appreciate your help. We always love partnerships. And we're also looking to open a new nightclub, the Studio Q60, where we can come together maybe once a quarter and work together on different Wikidata projects related to New York City, maybe having Wikidata more regularly throughout the year. So if anybody from the Wikidata world wants to be involved with that, We look forward to Studio Q60. Thank you.
They will hear it? Okay, so we're just. Oh, sorry.
Everybody will hear it.
Oh, gotcha. Okay. Yes.
Good evening, everyone. Can they hear us?
Okay, everyone. I think we are ready to transition to the next session. So this next session is about elections data and combating misinformation and disinformation with data. And of course, with the election a couple weeks away, this is obviously a very relevant and timely topic. And we have an amazing panel with us joining us virtually who are bringing their different experiences to this conversation. So before we get started, I would love for folks to introduce themselves, and we'll start with Janine.
Hi, everyone. I'm Dr. Janine Abrams-McLean. I am the president at Fair Count. So Fair Count is a nonpartisan nonprofit that focuses on civic engagement, so census, voting, redistricting, and we also do deep dive community organizing 365 days a year, so that we refer to it as non-extractive organizing. So we stay in communities and we support and listen to communities instead of just pulling things out when there's an election or a census. And I'm very happy to be here.
Janine, I'll pass it over to Sue.
Hi, thanks for having me. I'm Sue Patel, the VP of Communications and Strategy at the New York Immigration Coalition. We are a statewide coalition of about 200 immigrant rights and immigrant serving groups from across the state. We work at the city, state, and federal levels. Thanks.
Great, thank you. Kelsey, you're up next.
Yes. Hi, everyone. I am Kelsey Suter. I'm based in DC. I work at a firm called Drive Agency, and I'm the director of our Center on Digital Influence. So I lead a team that is focused on social listening, understanding how social media impacts public opinion. And mostly what that means is we do a lot of counter disinformation work, mostly for various issue advocacy groups, and that's a whole range of issues. So we get very busy in election time.
Great. Thank you, Kelsey. Rosemary? I think you're on mute, Rosemary.
Apologies. Good evening, everyone. My name is Rosemary Ajayi, and I'm the founder of Digital Africa Research and Safety Lab. And our work focuses on understanding and mitigating the various online threats to African communities and democracies. And a huge part of that work is around elections. Thank you.
Great. Thank you. Joe?
Hi, I'm Joe Buck-Holman. I'm a computational social scientist who's currently working at the United Nations as a consulting expert. But before this, my postdoc and my research scientist phase, I did a lot of work on electoral and public health misinformation and disinformation, understanding why it spreads, how it forms, and what it impacts.
Great. Thank you. And then finally, Nathan.
Hi, everyone. Greetings from Ithaca, New York. I'm Nathan Matthias, an assistant professor here at Cornell. I lead the Citizens and Technology Lab, which has collaborated with Wikimedia movements in about 6 or 7 languages in almost every continent where there are Wikipedians to better understand how to improve, diversify, and expand Wikipedia's contribution to public knowledge.
Great. Thank you all. So I have a few questions for folks, and then we'll save a few minutes at the end for Q&A from the audience. But this first question is for Kelsey and Joe. And so in the US, we know that we're currently heading into another election, another critical election. Can you share a bit about the current landscape and what we're seeing on the ground when it comes to misinfo, disinfo, and elections, and where are we now in comparison to 2020?
Yeah, Joe, do you want to start?
Sure, yeah. So I spent a lot of time in the 2020 election looking and tracking narratives and what was spreading and how it was spreading. And the way I would describe it is like season 1 was like 2016, season 2 was 2020, and like season 3, things have kind of gone off the rails in like this season. Like there used to be coherent narrative and like plot and characters. But if you go online, it's just sort of a hodgepodge of old themes and tropes from previous elections sort of brought forward, at least at the like scale of social media. At local scales, there's a lot more consolidated sort of emphasis on vote counting in the shape of election integrity, and a lot of work to try to undermine confidence in votes and certification of votes, especially in Georgia. So we sort of this shift where the larger level is chaotic and very conspiracy theory laden. Like if you've been on Twitter recently, it gives you really good sampling. But then there's a really concerted effort to undermine confidence in the election at more local levels that's happening, and well funded and well organized. And that's sort of the scale what I'm seeing at least this year is this sort of division between the narratives on social media and a very focused campaign at local scales.
Yes, I totally second that. I think to add to that, just a few things I'm seeing at sort of like the higher level, taking a step back. A lot of the way this spreads is very similar to the way that it used to be. We still see sort of algorithmic manipulation. We still see sort of fakery and fake accounts and bots. And so like in some ways, things aren't always, in some ways this feels like the same problem over and over again for all of these seasons, but also there are some things that are changing. So a few things I would quickly highlight. Generative AI, I think we'll talk about later, poses some really cool opportunities in the tech space generally, but it is going to make it even harder to tell what is real and what is not, and to verify information online. Another big thing that's different this year is Meta changed its algorithm. It is no longer proactively recommending political content. It has not defined that super well to users on Meta platforms, so Facebook, Instagram, Threads. So this also makes Facebook in particular feel very different from 2020. In 2020, Facebook was actively promoting content between sort of average users. It had rolled out Facebook groups. turns out that made us kind of angrier online, and it fueled these sort of Stop the Steal Facebook groups, and it was sort of a part of what led to January 6th. So Facebook and Meta are now stepping away from politics altogether, which in some ways is good, but also it means like even sort of like basic get out the vote posts are not being sort of actively promoted and recommended. So pros and cons. And then just generally, I would say, we know tech platforms, the social media companies have not always very effectively taken action on a lot of this content. It's looking even worse this year. There have been some of these policy changes. They're rolling back what they're willing to enforce. And also some of these companies are facing big budget cuts. So they're having to lay off teams, which often includes these sort of like trust and safety and content moderation teams. So those are a few of the sort of big things that I think are really shaping the way that this feels different online than in the past.
Thank you. And I know we often talk about data and education, and we just had a presentation from Wiki Education about this. But in your mind, Janine, what makes data so essential in the case of elections?
I think when it comes to elections, and I forgot to say, Joe, I'm actually in Georgia, so I get what you're saying about mis and disinformation in Georgia. But with regard to the to elections, data is extremely important because it helps create a healthy information ecosystem. And when you have those healthy a healthy information ecosystem, it fosters respectful and informed dialogue. Where the consumers of that information are more likely to tolerate different viewpoints. You avoid, resorting to polarization and hostility. Consumers are also more likely to engage in civil discourse. And when it's unhealthy, when it's being flooded with mis and disinformation and bad data, it just degrades that ecosystem, and it makes it harder for communities to be more resilient. So I'm a part of a fellowship. There's an organization called KESIB that was founded by Jordanos EOL, and it's an organization. It's a nonprofit that kind of operates at the intersection of U.S. and global democracy. And some of the fellows, but it also looks at democracy and fighting authoritarianism in the U.S., Brazil, and South Africa. And so one of my fellows, Gabriel Marmentini and I recently wrote an essay that focused on grassroots strategies to combat election-related misinformation. And one of the main strategies that we highlight is how to use education, including, paying attention to data, to strengthen our information ecosystems. And, I think that, grassroots organizations can do that. Of course, when you have, structures or organizations like Wikimedia, those are also places where you can utilize that to strengthen that information ecosystem. And again, all of that will lead to resilient consumers that they can differentiate between, fake news and real news, and they feel more comfortable asking the questions. And the last thing I'll say is that I have a really good friend, Asosa Osa. She runs an organization called Onyx Impact that specifically focuses on monitoring disinformation targeting Black communities in the United States. And one of the important things about this is when you think about the communities that need to be more resilient, it's often those communities that are consistently targeted. We can look back to 2016 where Russia could specifically targeted Black communities with bots, with fake accounts. And even yesterday, Asosa was talking about how they've identified in this election an entire platform, entire account or website, I think, that is that's focused on Black people, but it's run by 3 white men who are persistently putting out misinformation about Black populations. And so when you think about the health of of these information ecosystems, the work that Onyx Impact is doing is amazing because they're not only calling out the disinformation, they're correcting it. Right. And when they do that, when they put that good data back into the system, that also makes it so that Black people like me and my family can look at something and don't just take, some, news article or clickbait that they see or something that someone posts on Facebook. They don't just take that as truth. And we're more comfortable questioning and going and doing their own research about some of these things. So I just, yeah, I'll end there. But check out Onyx Impact. She's pretty awesome.
Great. We'll definitely be checking that out. And speaking to your point about good data, Rosemary and Nathan, I'm wondering if you could share a little bit about how data currently is being both used and misused in elections.
I can share a little bit of a backdrop. If you think about, to kind of build on Joe's example of thinking about elections as vast dramas, think about all of the people and situations and occurrences that are important to elections. If you look within Wikidata right now, you'll see that there are 93,000 politicians in Wikidata just for the United States. There are 81,000 French politicians, 52,000 Indonesian entries related to politicians. So elections and democracies are tremendously complex endeavors. And the work of answering a simple question like, who am I voting for? Or who's running for office? Or like, what did this person actually do when they were in office? Are both tremendously important questions for our democracies, and also complex information management endeavors. So over the years, as people have tried to create digital resources to guide and inform people, they've turned to structured data systems so that things can be fact-checked quite accurately. Is this person's name correct? Is their party correct? Just really basic, simple things that you actually need to know to participate in a democracy. There are various efforts from for-profit companies like Google, but also a lot of nonprofit efforts and collaborations with local governments and election endeavors. And one of those is this collaboration between the Wikimedia Foundation and My Society, who is one of the tool creators for election information. You may already have heard in today's conversation about the Wikidata project that is specifically focused on maintaining reliable information about politicians on the site. You can look up the Wikidata Wiki project Every Politician. And the key thing about that project is that the goal is that when a change is made in Wikidata about a politician, that information can propagate through all of the different information sources on Wikipedia. And importantly, also all of the information sources that rely on Wikipedia. When you go onto Google and you ask the AI a question, when you go to Microsoft Copilot, when you talk to ChatGPT and ask it questions about political information, there's a good chance that that information came from Wikipedia. There's a good chance that it came from Wikidata. And that all relies on the vast amount of effort that people put in to ensure that Wikidata and Wikipedia are up to date and accurate in every culture and every language.
Thank you. Rosemary?
I'll just come in here. Thank you. So, where do I start? I think just building upon what Janine mentioned earlier with the example of this fake account, which had been running for quite some time, blackfacing, right? It's important to understand that that while data is really important, that not all data is useful or not all data is safe. That it's important to interrogate the source, to interrogate the allegiance of the individual or individuals who are sharing this data or who are interpreting the data. I think an example I'm going to run to right now is a very recent story just this past weekend by CNN, in which they fact-checked a story about 53 individuals who were registered to vote at one address. Now that would probably raise a red flag if you don't dig deeper. And what had happened was that conservative actors ran with the story, ran with the claim that this was election fraud. But I mean, is it really possible for you to have 53 registered voters at the same address? Yes, no, but in this case, the data points to the fact that it's a Catholic establishment which homes a number of nuns and other staff, and they all actually do live there and rightfully registered to vote. But just on the face of it, as a headline, as a narrative, that if it's not fact-checked soon enough, that would carry through all the way to elections. And if there are any conflicts with regards to the results, these are the sorts of narratives that will get thrown out there. So was the data correct that 53 people registered, and is it suspicious? Yes, but depending on who's presenting that data to you, or who it benefits to give clarity on that narrative, you can see that there's a wider picture. I think another thing to point out is that when we look at platforms like Twitter has a whole, Twitter and Facebook have different fact-checking tools to enable you, to enable independent, in quotes, actors to provide more context to the data or to narratives online. On Facebook, it's pretty clear that the actors who are involved, they're all third-party fact-checking partners. They engage in this partnership, or they are signed on to this partnership through an independent fact-checking network. And it's quite different for Twitter. On Twitter, it's just basically individuals. If you're lucky, you get signed on to be one of these individuals, but it's anonymous. There's no background checks. And this is one way that people are manipulating narratives. People believe that when you see these fact checks on Twitter attached to a post, that they're genuine, right? And for the most part, I mean, I've spent a number of months just clicking through on every single note that I've seen, because every single note that I've been offered to rate, I click through and I read all the notes. There was one time that someone was threatening to shoot Joe Biden or another actor. There's just insults. It's just descended into chaos. And so again, it's just another example of how, data in the wrong hands can actually be quite harmful. I think I will close there.
Thank you. Yeah, and speaking to that point, right? Wikidata is the platform that we're talking about right now that we're using, and so I really want to kind of dive into this question, and this question is for Sue and Nathan. What, in your eyes, could be some of the benefits using Wikidata in your work?
So I would say speaking as an advocate, I think very simply, we have reporters who contact us all the time to fact check things people say, what other politicians say. things that are happening. So it could be a useful neutral site for people to get information, both the public, but also reporters to get unbiased viewpoints. Because even sometimes, when you're on the news, you hear somebody, two talking heads talking about one specific issue, and one takes one side of the issue, the other person takes the other. It also matters who's giving the information. The messenger becomes very important to how people receive the information in terms of the credibility of the information. So having a neutral, objective source of information can be very useful to people who care about the truth. I'm going to pass it to Nathan now.
Sure. I think, we're a research lab that collaborates with the public to try to, make a positive difference in people's information environments. And one of the ways we've been working with Wikidata has been around a project to understand the role that algorithms play in our civic understanding, and also to understand how Wikipedia and Wikidata actually feed into that. Together with our colleague Francesca Tripodi at UNC, we've been looking at this question of how the visibility of women, and particularly notable women in politics and science, is filtering into what search engines know and make available. These very powerful AI systems that more and more people are turning to for information are drawing directly from Wikidata. So when the people who contribute to Wikipedia, expand Wikipedia's understanding of the contributions that people from all groups have made to society, that makes that information available to AI systems, and also then consequently broadens a wider society's understanding of the contribution that people have made. That's something I care deeply about as a Guatemalan American. I'm from a group that doesn't often get acknowledged for our contributions for American society. And the same is true. If you look at how this country, how journalists, how politicians, how others recognize and acknowledge the contributions of women to this society, it's lower than what people actually do. And that has a real impact on how people then value women's issues. It has an impact on whether people know about and consider voting for women who are running for office. And so understanding these downstream impacts of small changes we make in a database across the internet is deeply important. And this is one of those critical information resources that when we contribute to it, when we improve it, when we clean it up and fact check it, it actually has these cascading effects all across what lots of different institutions do, what voters know, what people know about their own communities and their own histories.
Thank you. And adding to the question about the usefulness of Wikidata in people's organizations, Janine, I'm curious if you can share a bit about some of the misinfo, disinfo tactics that you see on the ground, and how are movement organizations and grassroots organizations kind of navigating those challenges?
Yeah, like I said, recently wrote a paper about grassroots strategies to do this. And one of my favorite examples, it actually comes out of South Africa, where during the recent South African elections earlier this year, there was a coalition that was made between a fact check monitoring organization. There was also, they partnered with, I think, TikTok and Meta to identify disinformation, and they had folks on the ground or in that fact checking organization to create dialogues and around and talking points around the mis and disinformation. And then they partnered with a local or a countrywide, nationwide nonprofit, grassroots nonprofit, that would then disseminate those talking points to the community. And so you had this trifecta of monitoring, correcting, and then disseminating it through a trusted voice. And so I think that that's a really good example of identifying, or a good strategy to combat mis and disinformation using grassroots tactics. The other thing that we are, at Fair Count, like I said, we do community organizing all year long. And while we're not a misinformation monitoring organization, when you're out there talking to people, when our team is on the ground having these conversations, we do hear a lot of a lot of misinformation that is permeating, especially rural communities of color. And so as we're able to hear that, our organizers will come and say, hey, Janine, somebody's asked a question about this. And so then we can go back and give them the correct information so they can relay that. But it's a much harder, when you think about the scale of doing this, having one organization, that's not actually monitoring it as as our everyday thing. There needs to be a more efficient way to do it. And one of the things I'm hoping that we can do next year, when we're not in the midst of like a crazy election, is to kind of test something out where we have our organizers on the ground having conversations with people. And then as we sort of hear mis and disinformation around whatever topic we're talking about as it relates to democracy, I'd like to be able to partner with local newspapers, because one thing we know about the South in the United States is that 75% of Southern counties are news deserts, meaning they have either one or no local trusted source of news. And then you overlay that with the digital divide, and it just creates an ecosystem for mis and disinformation to run rampant. We have a partner though who owns 20 or so rural newspapers just across the state of Georgia. What I would love to do is to, do a pilot project where we're able to, once our organizers hear this misinformation, we're able to relay that directly to the local newspapers and have them post, whether it's here's the truth corner, or, what are you hearing on the ground, but some sort of column in these local newspapers that can correct that misinformation that people are hearing, and just to see how effective that is and whether or not it's something that can be scaled later on.
Great. I love that project, and I look forward to seeing that next year. And so our final question is about AI. We always talk about AI before we transition to Q&A. But this question is for Kelsey, Joe, and Nathan. In your minds, what is the role of data in preventing AI-driven harms?
I can kick off. I think that for a place like Wikimedia and Wikipedia, this is less about like how generative AI might, create fake articles and spread them around, although I'm sure that's a risk. I think this is more about the role that Wikimedia can play in providing solid data on the front end for these tools. As well as being a place where information can be verified, where like real good data can be stored so that we can verify the things that we see online. Because right now there is no surefire detection method for some AI generated piece of content. So the only way we can really determine whether something is true or false is through just like good old fashioned research to figure out what is actually true. So, we know generative AI tools are only as good as the data they are trained on. So, of course, there are huge implications based on the quality of that data on the front end. I know that a lot of these LLMs are already trained on, Wikimedia and Wikipedia data. And so when we think about things like how is this data being sort of consumed, when we think about how do we ensure that there is not too much sort of gender bias or racial bias, in that data set, I think all of those are hugely relevant for this group of people. There is a concept of feminist AI, if anybody is not familiar with it, that is pretty fun and interesting, that is, about this idea that feminist AI can like give us a framework for assessing the outputs of generative AI tools. One way it can do this is it can help us like measure success more clearly based on whether this technology is reducing harms to women and harms to other groups of people, which I think is sort of a helpful starting point to sort of think through like how do we measure success? How do we measure harm? There's always going to be inherent bias in any data set. And so how do we sort of even hold ourselves accountable for what gets put out on the back end? I'm sure others here have even more experience with sort of the data science pieces of this, but I just think there's like a ton of opportunity here to be shaping these tools on the front end. Let Joe and Nathan weigh in.
You want to go first, or?
Yeah, I can say something briefly. I've talked a little bit about AI and Wikidata. Uh, I think when people look at AI, it feels just too big, right? You might have opened the news last week and saw like just how many new nuclear power plants Google is buying to, fuel their growing resource needs for AI systems. And it can feel quite overwhelming to believe that there's anything that you or I can do about this. Uh, One of the interesting challenges, though, is that when policymakers debate regulating AI and keeping it safe, they're also kind of a bit at a loss sometimes, particularly because the behavior of AI systems is so dependent on what they're seeing and responding to in the world. Joe has written about this. I've written about this. And last year, our lab published a research study where we showed that when people organize to do fact checking, that can actually have a measurable, very clear downstream impact on algorithms. Like this was a news discussion community where we showed that when people crowdsourced fact checking, it actually changed what the newsfeed algorithms of a large platform did, and it reduced that algorithm's spread of unreliable news. And so I think, as you look at the day you're gathering today, thinking about contributions to these collaborative data initiatives, yes, what the engineers do matters. Yes, what these big companies do matters. Yes, what regulators do matters. But ultimately, at the end of the day, they're dependent on what they see in the world and what they observe from our behaviors and from the data resources we create. And so we can also have a very clear and very measurable impact by contributing to initiatives like Wikidata and improve what the overall AI ecosystem knows and does as a result.
Yeah, I think I would just add a little bit to that. Just one of the concerns about AI harm is not direct harm so much, but AI providing inequitable outcomes through benefiting some groups more than others. There was a wonderful study that came out recently showing the cultural similarity of AI answers to the U.S. And of various countries to the U.S. And basically, the AI is culturally sort of a white person from the U.S. Like for a lot of LLMs. And there's questions like how that can possibly serve other people, and if they ask questions that are like culturally, contextually, or locally relevant, the extent to which these systems can serve them is if they, like Nate mentioned earlier, have good relevant data for that person in those questions. So something like Wikidata can cause it not to just hallucinate when someone asks a question in a less represented region, and actually get a better answer in these places where the training data might be more sparse from, say, text and other sources it could have pulled the information from. So I think beyond this sort of generally informing it, specifically this Wikipedia and Wikidata both can supplement its understanding of sort of more local, culturally, contextually significant issues. Yeah, so that's my one way it can really offset the harms, I think.
Great. Thank you all for your responses. So we're going to turn it over to you all for Q&A. Does anyone have any questions? And I think we need a mic. Richard, could you help with passing a mic? Thanks. One. Can you check? Yeah. Okay, so it looks like we've got a question back there.
Hello. This question is really for any of you. So, like in 2016, when we first is it on? When we first started hearing the discussion about election misinformation or even like election interference, it was mostly between like media outlets themselves. So it would be like the Washington Post, like saying that this is wrong, and then like maybe like a podcaster or like a pundit would say like no, like the Washington Post is biased. But now we've started to see the government itself actually come in and like make these claims, like for example, the FBI saying like X country is actually using social media to peddle a narrative or even support a particular candidate. And do you think that when you see like the state or maybe like an international organization like the UN like come in and make that type of claim, does it resonate with people, or does it kind of put fuel on the fire, so to speak?
I can take a little swing at that. I think there's a real question of like how various stakeholders, especially sort of big institutions, should engage in this information. Certainly, if a narrative is not really spreading, then going to the work to debunk it just amplifies it. There's also been, there's a value to sort of acknowledging that these are things that are happening globally between countries, and also sort of, with vested interests and movements. I mean, like this is not electoral, but earlier this year it came out that the CIA was running an anti-vaccine campaign to undermine the Chinese vaccine, I think in the Philippines. So knowing that countries are engaging in these things is important, and bodies like the UN or even country bodies just sort of bringing it out in the clear that there's disinformation kind of warfare happening is, I think, an important step towards eventually having something resembling a treaty on it, or monitoring of it, or recognizing that it's not something we can tolerate.
Thank you for the question. Looks like we've got one right next and then one at the back.
So no, my question is about local news sources. You mentioned newspapers, but I recently heard about AM radio as an option for local news, and maybe it's time for Wiki Radio. I don't know.
I think any sort of any platform where you can get information out to people is worth investing in. So I think that's a great idea. And again, especially in rural communities, that's what we mainly focus on. And I think that those local radio stations, that I know some that actually have where my parents live or where they're from in Hattiesburg, Mississippi, not necessarily rural, but there's a local radio station that hosts discussions about a lot of different topics, including election related topics, to clarify things for people. And so I think that's a great idea. Yeah.
Great. Got one at the back here.
Yeah, just to go on that, I love public radio, so shout out to public radio. Great source of democratized information for everyone to contribute. My question is about the impact of erasure. Misinformation and disinformation, of course, has a major impact, but in 2021, there were a lot of local elections happening in New York City, and I was trying to make some articles of those who were running on platforms, especially women who were trying to get elected in New York City, and some of my articles were marked for deletion. What are your recommendations for combating deletion of articles, and do you have recommendations of lists of queries that are articles marked for deletion on Wikipedia and that need more sources, more editors? How can we contribute to prevent deletion on Wikipedia pages?
I think that's actually a really great question for Richard, standing next to you. Richard, I don't know if you want to respond to that question.
Yeah, it's an issue on Wikipedia. It's less of an issue on Wikidata. There's like a long-standing convention on Wikipedia, with the English Wikipedia anyway, where it's like relatively high threshold, and it's much easier if someone's an incumbent than if they're a challenger, which is not a great system. I mean, all of our, fortunately, Wikipedia is not the entirety of the media ecosystem, but it's not a great system. Definitely. Challengers and people who have not held previous office can be better represented on Wikidata. And there's also some experiments we're thinking about. How can we better represent them on different programs? If we can't quite get it on English Wikipedia, can we do alternative programs? There's something like Ballotpedia, but there are also maybe other ways in the Wikimedia ecosystem, and that's one of the things I want to share, I guess, later in my lightning talk.
So I recommend having those connected more to prevent deletion so that there's more access to links.
Yeah, more access to links, maybe having also developing things like an article in depth on the individual election. So that's always an option, and having like the list of the different candidates there. And also maybe linking out to more information that might go on side projects until we can fix English Wikipedia so it's a little bit more broader representation.
Great. Thank you all for your questions. So let's give them a round of applause. This was an amazing panel. Thank you for your insights. And we will definitely share some of the resources and projects that you mentioned on this call. But thank you again for your time. At this point, for folks in the room, we are going to have some transition time to the lightning talks and also the breakout session for Wikidata editing for folks who are interested in that. So thank you again for this panel discussion. It was very insightful. Bye, everyone.
Hello? Oh, hi. We're going to have lightning talks in a few minutes, so get your lightning talk ready. Hopefully you can put it on your computer, this computer here, if you need to bring anything up. Also, let us know, this is important, if this is being live streamed. So if you do not wish your lightning talk to be live streamed, let us know and we'll pause the live stream when you give your talk. Because we have about a dozen lightning talks are coming up. Yeah.
And for those of you giving lightning talks, you may want to try to see if you can hook up to this. Some people have already provided a download or a link, and that works. So maybe give it a shot and just make sure that your lightning talk slides can be viewed. Thanks.
When we do that. But yeah, we'll start in a minute or two. If you need to load a presentation or something, feel free to try hook it up now. if you haven't done so already.
Do you want me to do timer?
Yes, actually that'd be great. I do have a 5-minute warning sign if you want, or I don't know if it's really necessary.
Oh, okay.
I mean, it's not really necessary probably, but I do have them from the conference we had in Indiana. Yeah, so maybe in 2 minutes we'll start. Yeah. Or is it on? Yeah. So you might. That's confusing. But you might want to get. You might get Carly. There's a lot of data stuff. Yeah. It might. Sitting right there. Okay, I'll let you know if the person comes. You just need to make a few more edits. Yeah. Ready to start? Okay. Okay, everyone, I'll start. I'm going to give the first lightning talk. It's going to be an extremely brief one. But yeah, hey, welcome. My talk is Wikidata and Wikispore. So Wikidata, you may be familiar with from today. It has items on thousands and millions of topics. Some of those things are on Wikipedia. The majority are not. There are a lot of interesting topics on Wikidata that are not on Wikispore, that are not on Wikipedia or any other Wikimedia project. And Wikispore is an idea to have a space, for a more experimental space, where we can host some of these things that maybe are not quite that can't quite fit in Wikipedia. So, for example, some of these things, so like some of these, even these political candidates that maybe are not on Wikipedia might fit on Wikispore. Some of these artworks might fit. Some of these oral history, which we can't quite put on Wikipedia with the current rules. I think the rules should change on Wikipedia. I don't think the rules are great around oral history. But until they are changed, I think it might be nice to make an experimental place for this. So this is a competing potential future sibling project in the Wikimedia Foundation. You will hear from another one as well today, which says the next sibling projects are in a little bit of a race with WikiCite. But it's very exciting. At Wikidata Day, you'll get both. Yeah, so it's meant to be a wiki farm and a narrative base rather than, and being able to supplement some of these Wikidata items with narrative information like you would find on Wikipedia. One of the things, is we have a tripod for Wiki for Wikispore. It's important that everything puts down roots and be based on a Wikidata item that you dig carefully, and you might use original research in more ways than you would on Wikipedia, but you want to do it in a careful and meaningful way. And of course, you don't want to mess with weed-like behavior. You want to have a nice congenial garden. And that is the entirety of Wikispore. Thanks, and you can hopefully you can join and participate. Hopefully we can collaborate with academic projects. If people want to host things on Wikipedia that are Wikidata-ish, but they want to have some narrative component but can't quite fit, welcome everyone's participation. Our next speaker is going to be turn off the.
Hi everyone, my name is Kunal. I go by the username LegoKTM, and I want to talk about everything is a wiki page. So just a bit about me. I was a very early user of Wikidata back in 2012, 2013, and I was an administrator and a bureaucrat, and did a lot of right around the time when you could add properties to items. That was like my big thing. But I want to talk about one of the technical product decisions that Wikidata made during the initial concept stage that I think has served it really well and that a lot of people take for granted. And so this is a Wikipedia article about Wikidata, and most of you are very familiar with this interface and stuff. But this is conceptually what a wiki page is. It's text and stuff. Wiki pages have a number of features, like people earlier were mentioning talk pages. There's the link for a talk page. Over on the right side, there's a view history button, and you can see the history of changes that people have made and one of Wikipedia's promises for transparency. And you can go through the history and look at who exactly has changed what, why, and when it happened. And this is, all of these are features that wiki pages have. You can't go to another website and just, most other websites do not show you the exact history of that website. Like, you can't go to apple.com and see the exact changes of how their web pages changed and why over time. And, oh, sorry, there's one other interface, which is you can see page information about the page. And this is kind of more like a geeky page metadata about the page, but how many people watch the page and how many redirects there are to it, and some other stuff. And these are all features that wiki pages have. But right around the early 2010s was a time there were a lot of feature developments happening around on Wikipedia, and there was a lot of grant money coming in, and for the first time there were professional paid staff working on improving Wikipedia, not just keeping it up. And there was a lot of trends of, okay, let's move away from this model and actually just have data stored elsewhere. And that meant that everything about how wikis worked had to be reinvented. And so once you create an account, you have a contributions page that shows you all of your contributions, and the way it works is that anything in a wiki page is automatically marked as a contribution and shows up. It all just happens to work because that's how it was built. But if you create a new thing on the side, you now have to specially integrate it into the contributions page, and it requires work. There are different tools that show you how many edits you have. Same kind of thing. It has to be, if it's done on the side, it has to be reintegrated in. And there's a lot of bots that do various maintenance and checking of things and stuff, and all those are designed to work on wiki pages as the unit of content. And all of those have to be specially re-implemented and stuff. And there's I would say 5 to 6 major projects that kind of went this separate way, and without exception, they all failed. And I'm happy to discuss other failures, but I think we can talk about why it really worked for Wikidata. And so, for example, the same page information I showed for the Wikidata article, this is that exact same page information showed for the Wikidata item about Wikidata. And you can see it shows all of the same content and metadata, but it's for a Wikidata item. And I picked this one specifically because no actual special work was done to make this interface work in Wikidata. It just happens to work, and it's one of those things that you get for free. In the same way, like on a Wikidata item, you can look at history, you can look at changes and stuff. And Wikidata items are wiki pages, all of the same tools that people have designed for Wikipedia. Most of them just work over to Wikidata without any special integration. There are specialized APIs and data access mechanisms that work, but for the most part, things that were built for Wikipedia just port over. And, like back in 2012 when Wikidata launched, it was kind of this huge unknown, and people were able to set up all of these anti-vandalism, anti-spam tools from the very beginning that just using the same Wikipedia logic, it worked. And that was really what helped get everything started, was that we weren't starting from scratch, we were starting from a known thing, and people had to apply some adaptation and things got smarter for Wikidata. But yeah, and that's it. Thank you.
I have a yellow sticker, but I give my permission to take my photo while I talk. Let's see. Here we are. Wonderful. Okay. Diadit, Sarah no Sarah Ann is nanam dom. Hello, my name is Sarah, or Sarah Ann if there are a lot of Sarahs around, and we need to disambiguate. I recently attended the Celtic Knot Conference, which is held in Waterford City. Actually, sorry, I want to start my own timer so I don't... There we go. I recently attended the Celtic Knot Conference in Waterford City, Ireland, Republic of Ireland, hosted by Wikimedia Ireland and Wikimedia UK. I'm planning to write a blog post, so if I don't finish my talk, you can read about it later, but these are the links to the talk and to the notes I took at the conference. Why did I go to this conference? I work as a metadata specialist at NYPL with Carly Wildenhouse, and I was working with a collection of Russian and Ukrainian posters that had Cyrillic script, but all of the descriptions for those were transliterated into Latin script, and I thought, wow, this is sad. Someone who writes in Cyrillic can't search in Cyrillic for a resource in Cyrillic, and that started me thinking about language and script as a DEIA issue. Second, the influence of Irish history and politics is really important for me and my personal values, so I wrote this down because I want to say it exactly. Denigration of culture and language is a tool of a colonizer and an oppressor, and in this case with Ireland, that colonizer and oppressor is England. And maintenance, protection, revitalization, and revitalization of language is an act of resistance. So I dabble in Danish, French, and Irish, but I'm basically a monolingual person. How can I, as an English speaker, contribute to minoritized languages? I also needed to get out of NYC. It drains my energy. Just what I want to focus on here is that the conference is not on minority languages, it's on minoritized languages. That's an action that has occurred. English speakers are not the global majority. So in all ways, how can I, as someone who holds, as someone from the panel mentioned, I'm a white person from the US, I hold that identity. How do I acknowledge that and take that out of the forefront when trying to support those who are doing work in minoritized languages? Celtic languages, Irish, Scottish, Manx, Welsh, Cornish, and Breton. FYI, Irish, in the Irish language, is the word is Gaelga. It is not Gaelic, it is Gaelga. I also, just so you don't embarrass yourself if you meet someone who speaks Irish and you're like, I know how to say this. Other languages represented at the conference, listed here. Also want to highlight the presentation by Kimberly on the 3 Sami languages that were translated into MediaWiki. Big question I got from Rob Tier from the Isle of Man government. I miswrote that. How do we improve the Manx Google Translate? And I thought we could use Wikidata. We could use Lexemes. Surely Google Translate crawls those things. Dr. Kevin Scannell, the keynote speaker, specifically talking about Google Translate, said that it doesn't look at Wikidata or Lexemes, but rather looks at large sets of corpuses. I was very enamored with the presentation by Dr. Tristan Laurer, who talked about if AI is here, and echoing what others have said in other presentations, we need to provide nutrient-rich and reality-based information. So others have mentioned the hallucinatory possibility for AI if it's not given bounding boxes and structures. So if you know me, I get really squirrely about talking about AI because I feel like I'm being pressured to do it. And I want to take a step back. I feel like we talk about AI and the question is, how are we going to incorporate? And it's usually we're going to use AI tools and we're going to use things that are created by AI. I would want to take a step back and say, instead of focusing on the verbs using, I would want to focus on the verbs considering. I would want to focus on the verb preparing. Considering based on how will it affect labor. Referencing Blood in the Machine, a book that Jessica and I have talked about, which I have yet to read, how does it affect the environment? Generative AI, for example, has a bigger cost to the environment than discriminative AI. Podcasts from tech won't save us. And how does it affect the info landscape, example, in AI hallucinations? But preparing for AI, that's something we can do, and I was really excited to hear other people talk about the work that we can do in Wikimedia projects to prepare nutrient-rich, reality-based text corpora. But based on what Kevin said, Wikidata and lexemes are not looked at by Google Translate, for example. So what can we do while that is not the case? Wikidata is the backbone of all the multilingual projects throughout the Wikimedia Foundation projects. That was a messy salad sandwich. That was a messy salad sentence. But we can add labels, descriptions, and aliases to items. We can add new lexemes. We can request new monolingual language codes, and we can understand the issues facing minoritized languages. And this is something I did successfully, is I requested the addition of the monolingual language code for Serrano, SER, which is the language of the indigenous peoples of Southern California in San Bernardino County. These are some cool cultural events I did, and thank you.
I'll just do it on this laptop. All right. Hello, I'm Peter Fields, and I'm a junior undergraduate at Bard College, and I am here with my professor, Ann Chin. And the past 10 months, I have been working with the International Dura Europos archive, right here. And IDEA is a project funded by the National Endowment for the Humanities, and it's dedicated to using the power of linked open data to reassemble and recontextualize archaeological data and archival content related to the city of Dura Europos. Now, Dura Europos is a city that was like a cultural crossroads for ancient empires, and it exists sort of from around 300 BCE till its conquest and abandonment in 256 CE. And there were major excavations were carried out by French and American teams throughout the 1920s and 1930s. And unique archaeological circumstances at Dura allowed for remarkable preservation of materials, providing an abundance of items which have informed fields such as history, classics, art history, Middle Eastern studies, religious studies, epigraphy, numismatics, and more. However, the early 20th century excavations at Dura are problematic. They began with Syria under the French Mandate and employed labor from locals whose contributions are almost always unacknowledged. The language of scholarship about Dura is almost exclusively in English and French. Which alienates anyone who is not familiar with the languages, but especially our Syrian colleagues whose country the excavations at Dura took place in. Since Wikidata is open and language agnostic, the work that we do, be that in English, Arabic, or French, appears according to the user's language on their interface. So that's sort of like righting history's wrongs. And therefore, using Wikidata works really well with this model, and it helps us reconsider archaeological archiving and build bridges among extant collections of digital information in hopes of creating a more equitable access to knowledge that has long been relegated only to certain settings. And me in particular, I'm a classicist, so I was interested in working with the Greek and Latin inscriptions that were discovered at Dura, specifically in a temple called the Temple of Artemis Xanathkona, and I have created the 31 rooms of the temple and all 178 inscriptions that were discovered in the temple as Wikidata entities. And they include statements such as location of discovery, inception, and sometimes there are archival photographs that go with them, and for all of them there is a statement for the specific Greek or Latin inscription that was discovered. And not only does this work break down the temple scholarship into tiny manipulable data, it also publishes crucial information from the excavation reports onto a more accessible and certainly modern platform. Typically, after the publication of these types of reports, artifacts are siloed off into their respective fields, inscriptions to epigraphy. But by treating these inscriptions as like physical entities, we recontextualize them as artifacts, and that really sort of transforms the way we think about our archives. We're also able to step back and look at patterns and statistics of like all the inscriptions that were discovered in there. And so I'm going to demonstrate a little bit of querying that we can do with the information on the inscriptions that I've uploaded to Wikidata. So we're going to have it be instance of inscription, and it's going to be part of the temple of Artemis as Xanathkona, right here. And we can look and see what the language of discovery is for each of them. Oh, it's language of work or name. There we go. And we're going to expand the limit. And if we go to the graph builder right here, we can see with this data how many are Greek inscriptions and how many are Latin inscriptions. So we have a lot more ancient Greek than we do Latin. And we can also see, we can check to see where every one of the inscriptions' location of discovery was. Right here. And we'll go back to the graph builder. Oh, didn't play it. Sorry. Oh no. Okay. Okay. So right here we can see where all of the inscriptions were discovered. Here are like rooms that inscriptions were discovered in, and we can see right here that most of them are from room W14. And we also can look and check for the inscriptions themselves. And so we have all of these Greek inscriptions right here. And back onto the sort of language agnosticism, if we want it to be in Arabic, you just have to change it right there. And then we have all of the inscriptions labels are in Arabic, and so the language interface can just be changed like that. And that's all.
Sorry. All right,
Spoilers.
Thank you. All right, thank you very much. It seems my little talk is going to follow a theme today in terms of languages. My name is Melanie Wecker. I'm head of digital resources metadata at Columbia University Libraries and part of our CUL Wikidata group, which has existed since 2020 and was founded for a specific purpose, originally to support the participation in the Wikidata pilot of the Program for Cooperative Cataloging, or PCC. And the aim of that pilot was just to see if the library cataloging community should use and contribute to to investigate how it would fit Wikidata and to investigate how it would fit into our workflows. And after the pilot was completed, we were so excited about the possibilities that working with Wikidata afforded us that the group simply continued on as a self-forming, self-organizing group, providing editathons and training for library staff. And one of those events was an editathon co-organized with our colleagues from Columbia University Libraries Global Studies Unit. So Columbia University Libraries has a lot of collections in languages other than English and in scripts other than Latin. In our library catalog, we do try to use as many original scripts as we can, but it's limited, and it doesn't always translate to other discovery environments. So for native speakers or researchers in specific fields, it can make it actually difficult to find them. And so we decided that we would host an event that would draw on language and subject expertise of our colleagues in global studies to expose these collection and related agents through Wikidata to the wider world, using the language as a script that native speakers and researchers would actually expect to find them in. And we are also aiming to introduce a new group to Wikidata that would help to diversify its base of editors. We had 16 participants representing 5 different units of the libraries, which was really exciting because it was our first in-person event after the pandemic, and we were just really happy to see each other. We provided the participants with a spreadsheet listing collections and related agents that either needed Wikidata items or were in, or that had Wikidata items that were in need of some expansion. And some participants also brought their own ideas based on their subject area. And we started a 2-hour event, which of course, like here, had to include pizza, with some introductory training, and then were available for one-on-one consultation as people went to work. So just a couple of examples. So there were inclusion of Chinese name variants or descriptions in Spanish. So all in all, those 16 participants made 247 total edits, which included 39 items edited, 60 new created, and because we're librarians, of course, 123 references. Our experience was summarized in a blog post that I can share afterwards. And looking back, there are, of course, a couple of things we would do differently if we were to do this again. For one, we should have done this again. A year has already gone by, and for most participants, it was a first exposure to Wikidata. They very much enjoyed being in the same room with others and discuss issues and talk through things. But I'm not sure that after an only 2-hour event, everybody was comfortable just to continue on their own. So a follow-up event would have been good. And also, as members of the CL Wikidata group who hosted this event, we are used in thinking in data and chunks of information. And we kind of overlooked that that's not true for everyone. A lot of our colleagues are just used to producing information in large textual forms. So we should have introduced some of these core concepts a bit more in depth at our initial training. So that was a little bit of a hurdle to get over. The same thing, the one-to-one principle, that one item should represent really only one item, and that, for example, if you describe in archival collections, the description of the collector should be a different Wikidata item that you link to. So just some more introduction to these base principles would have been good. But overall, the event went really well. It was a great success. Specifically providing the starter list of items to work on was really helpful, and that the experienced colleagues were there to help the newcomers. And just, it was really useful to take advantage of the specific language, script, and subject expertise of people who are normally left out of the research description process. So thank you.
Share the text. Navigating all text.
Yeah, it should show up. Okay. Are you able to see and present your view here?
think so, but I haven't tested it.
Okay, so where is the page? Do you know where it is?
Yeah, let me go ahead and just type it again. So did you link it from here?
Mhm.
Okay.
Oh, no, it doesn't work. Okay.
Oh.
So, escape. Oop. Okay, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you to Wikimedia for hosting this, and Pratt Institute, and Girls Who Code. My name is Jennifer Jones, and I teach art history at several public universities, and I'm also a student in art history as well. And so I'm here to share with you a frustration. But before I do that, for those of us who are low-sighted or blind, I'm a Black woman with bangs, with medium-length brown hair. I have a large gray patch in the front. I'm wearing eyeglasses, a denim tunic, black leggings with black Mary Jane shoes, and I'm tall, and let's just say voluptuous. So, and I'm here to share some of my frustrations with the possible solution. One of the issues is institutional inclusivity. I'm confronted with the challenge of not having alt text available for my students. So teachers need support for creating alt text in their classes. Many professors are not equipped with the proper tools or resources to integrate alt text into their lectures. And so forgive me for stating the obvious, excluding people who use screen readers does not create an inclusive learning environment. Alt text is essential for students to fully engage with the academic content. Not all students are able to engage equally, and inaccessibly limits participation in learning. So, and there's no alt text in the Commons. Many of us, the other shared resources also do not prioritize alt text. This exclusion further alienates students and professors from accessing or contributing to academic discourse. So not only are these institutions causing harm to students, but they're also exposing themselves to legal risks, embarrassment, and then poorly planned remedies when the issue comes up. So what can we do? So we can collaboratively create alt text and make it available on Wikimedia. We can make it a part of our pedagogy by teaching students how to create it in classes. And thanks to several artists and others working in this space, they've demonstrated that making alt text can be fun. And while there are a few parameters like accuracy and length, there are no rules. So here's an example of alt text. I hope you can see it. It's a little bit small, I see. So it says, large white marble sculpture of a lifeless enthroned woman, head reclined, wears nemes with cobra and sheer dress. The nipples of her breasts are visible. So the goal is to move alt text past that obligatory and perfunctory description to a more sensory one. So with the help of Wikimedia users, we can find a workaround that can be created so the alt text can be read. And it will not only be functional, but then it'll also be accessible for people to capture and use it for themselves in their classes, on the internet, etc. So I welcome you to join me in this project to make art, education, and the web more inclusive. I'm looking for partners, advisors, comrades. Alt text is not just a technical task, it's a commitment to inclusivity and education. And so I could use help expanding this project, ensuring that all students, regardless of ability, can fully engage with academic resources. So thank you for your time and your attention.
Wikidata, like the home.
On the event page?
Yeah, okay. Hi everyone, I'm Jen Grunenberg. I'm a manager at Carnegie Hall Rose Archives, and today I'm going to talk about our use of Wikidata with our linked open data. A little brief history of our linked open data. In 2017, we published our initial set of our performance history data. So those are all of the recorded events at Carnegie Hall, starting from its opening in 1891. We released these as linked open data. In 2018, we created properties with Wikidata for our people and our musical works. In 2019, we launched data.carnegiehall.org, which I think got a shout out earlier. We update that weekly as we discover new historical events and also record all of the current events. And to date, we've got 60,000 events published, 115,000 performers, 27,000 composers, and over 110 musical creative works. Here are our two Wikidata identifiers. We have a Carnegie Hall agent ID. We've got about 22,000 statements lined there. And we've got the work ID, which are our musical creative works, and just under 3,000 statements there. And I feel like anecdotally, the musical works on Wikidata are not as, maybe there might not be as many. So that's why you see a little bit less of the statements there. Here's an example of how we use Wikidata. So there's something called the Timeline of African American Music that Carnegie Hall created. And while we don't store performer images or performer bios for some of the people who have appeared at Carnegie Hall, because we're aligned to Wikidata, we could source those images. Like you can see Sun Ra performed at Carnegie Hall. We could source both the images and their performer biographies. And then we have Carnegie Hall Data Lab, which is where we experiment with our linked open data. Another example that we source data that's not stored in our main database, like Grammy winners. We also do Nobel Peace Prize winners. So I encourage you to check out Carnegie Hall Data Lab, take a look at our experiments. We also have a Sparkle endpoint there where you can query our data directly. And that's it. Reach out to us at archives@carnegiehall.org. We love hearing how you're using our data, improvements, anything. We love the conversation. Thank you.
Great. Can you all hear me okay? My name is Robin. Username Robin is adorable. And I'm going to be talking about Chinchilla Cafe, which is a project to catalog, a project to get this microphone up. A project that's cataloging small town queer community music and preservation, and we extensively use Wikidata. If you have anything to leave with this presentation, I have some key points here. But essentially, Chinchilla Cafe is a do-it-yourself, DIY event space, music venue, and gay nightclub that I run out of my house with my roommates. And the point of this project not only is to hold these events, but to archive our local queer and musical culture in our small town, continuing to foster the queer community within our small town, and supporting artists and local nonprofit organizations with these events. What small town is this? The small town we live in is called Charlottesville, Virginia. You may be aware of it. It's about 7 hours south of here. Beautiful, nestled within the Blue Ridge Mountains. We have a beautiful downtown area. But if you Google Charlottesville, you might find other images. We had an unfortunate event / a terrorist attack, widely known as Unite the Right in 2017, August 12th and 13th, 11th, and quite all that summer. If you Google Charlottesville, you will see those beautiful images alongside images of this terrorist attack in which one person was murdered, many others injured, and countless others scarred for life, psychologically, myself included. And this is continually brought up, right? It's really hard, and it presents a problem, which I have, is probably people know Charlottesville from this event. And I have to see these images every time Charlottesville comes up. And this is kind of what Charlottesville means to the world, right? There's other things about the city you can find, like we're the home of Thomas Jefferson, the University of Virginia, some other things. But what does Charlottesville actually mean to me, and how can we communicate that to the wider world? And to do that, we established this queer do-it-yourself event space and are looking to, or have sought to catalog and archive these endeavors and these events. We're not going to see this because I don't have access, but essentially we have shows within our house started in fall 2022. We're going to exit this. There's a couple of pictures, and this is supposed to be a one-off event, but we decided to do a few more, and then a few more, and a few more, all within fall of 2022. And we decided to continue this project. We've been doing this since 2022. It's now 2024, so for 2 years. And we have sought to customize our space to these events. As you can see, we have these images of concerts within our living room. These are, I'm going to get to this later, but these are all open copyright on Wiki Commons you can find under the category Chinchilla Cafe. This is also an important queer space, both not only for the kind of musicians we have, but also for having connections and facilitating people coming to this place to talk, to chat, to meet each other, essentially having it as an organizing grounds. Part of this is that we host nonprofit organizations and mutual aid efforts for local organizations, including local anarchist bookstores, underground fetish fellowship, trans self-defense organization, and a local harm reduction organization called Civil Harm Reduction, which we've had several fundraising events, including dance parties, to help raise money for them. How do we use Wikipedia, and how do we use Wikidata with this? So part of this effort is to archive not only the performances, but the artwork that's associated with these events. So these are our posters we've designed in-house, again, open copyright. These are designed by Fabian Garcia, which he is somewhere floating around here, over there. And for each event, right, so, for each piece of artwork, we have it under the Creative Commons. We have basic information about the event. And then with each event, we have a Wikidata entry. And with this, in this entry, we have the associated poster, the location, date, Commons category associated, so all pictures we've taken at this event are going to be located and linked to this Wikidata entry, and our participants, which are going to be the bands or the nonprofit organizations or other artists. So for example, we have this one band named Echo Astral. If you've heard of them, they're really great. And for each band, we essentially provide an image that we've taken, basic information about their location, their genre, links to their streaming platforms, and links to any other wikis they may be part of, including an article on Wikipedia or their own Commons category. So you can see what this looks like within Wiki Commons, both with the info box information linking to the Wikidata event, including all of our Creative Commons images, which we have taken. These include images of the bands, as you can see, which are nice enough usually for them to use for whatever purposes. These are bands that are not big names. They're not playing arenas. They may not even be playing the small kind of medium-sized venues in town, but we're giving them essentially free promo material to use, right? Including these setup portraits, live images of their performances, and maybe even more importantly, pictures of the community. So we ask if anybody would like their picture taken who come to any of our events. We take these pictures with their consent saying, hey, we might upload these without Creative Commons. And it's a great snapshot of not only the fashion of what is going on in our small town and at these events, but also of really queer fashion, queer community, and queer joy, which I think is incredibly important to document and archive, especially in the rural South. I'll go briefly about the impact, but this materially supports bands, not only in raising money for them, but as I mentioned earlier, providing free promo materials for them to use, adapt, and aid in their efforts. We've had some media coverage that has at least tried to dilute some of the more negative press about our town. We have started doing a video production for free for bands, including several music videos, a third one of which is you can find online if you just Google Chinchilla Cafe or YouTube. Oh, we're not going to play these right now. There's a documentary coming out about us if you'd like to read more or see more. We have, and also this has impacted the local community, including helping support and uplift a local trans-owned community hub and queer market, other like DIY, do-it-yourself event spaces in non-traditional locations, also for queer artists, and doing photo shoots and makeup and art for local performers, including Ships of the Night, who is over there. And it's all these things. So it's a DIY effort, it's an archival project, it's a production studio, it's a safe space. If you'd like to learn more, if this is a very abbreviated presentation, please talk to me. You can email me on my user page, or post on my user page, or email me on Gmail. And I think that's my time. Thank you.
Hello. I am John Stewart. I am a lead data scientist at Harmony Labs. Harmony Labs is a media research lab that focuses on reshaping and reimagining society's relationship with media. One of the primary ways we do this is through what we call the Narrative Observatory. The Narrative Observatory is an opt-in panel, so people choose to participate, and they participate by sharing their data about all the media they are watching, what they are seeing on TV, what they are streaming, what they are going to on the internet. So all of the YouTube they are seeing, all the online news they are looking at, all of the brands they go to. And in this, we have over 300,000 individuals. So like on a given day, we will have over 200,000 lines of streaming media that people have gone to and watched on that day. What this does is this allows us to connect not only what media is out there and available to people, but what media different people are watching and who is watching it. And what we find is that the people who watch the same media also tend to have the same values. And if you're thinking about talking to people about social issues, if you're thinking about how to approach them about given topics, it's a really powerful place to start to talk to them, to understand the values they have and the media they're watching to do that. Some of the issues that we have worked on over the past several years include climate change and energy use, immigrants and immigration, aging and elder care, gaming, denuclearization, health and health equity, education, and right now we are completing a project to support democracy and democratic norms on streaming media. All of our work is published on our website. You can see it here. We will look at energy. We have audiences for electrics. So you can see some about how we think about communicating to audiences about electricity. Some of the surprising things we've found is that if you want to talk to people about climate change, Mr. Beast might be a really important person to think about talking about climate-related things to people who are typically disengaged in this issue. If you want to talk to people about immigrants and immigration and introduce them to immigrants if they're community-minded, introducing people to immigrants through talent shows might be a really important way to do this. And relating it back to Wikipedia and Wikimedia, if you want to give people really good information, getting them to search is a really good idea, because one of the top sites they go to after they search a question about any topic is Wikipedia and other really high quality information websites. So I invite you all to go to our website to check out a bunch of the reports, and also to go to the Narrative Observatory, where you can check out our different audiences and some of the media they are consuming in different audiences. You can take an audience quiz to figure out which audience you are in, and to think about which audiences people you know and love, your friends and family, what audience they're in. And our hope is that in representing this, we not only reflect sort of the differences between us, but show opportunities for connection and understanding between different audiences and different people. Thanks.
We have the next two presentations, I believe, both wanted to be the last presentation. Is that still the case? There's some competition for it, so I guess we'll skip those two for now. One of them have to be the actual last one. One is going to be the penultimate one, but that's okay. This is to be decided democratically. The board member is going to be the actual last presentation, because that's the most coveted spot at Wikidata Day. The next presentation, skipping those, is open knowledge graphs, see how they sparkle. And yeah, thank you.
Okay, hi everybody. My name is Alex Provo. I'm a librarian at NYU, and I also teach a metadata course here at Pratt. And I'm part of the Semantic Lab. I just like to collect hats and wear all of them at the same time. So normally I have slides and I'm much more prepared. I'm gonna try to speak off the cuff and we'll see how that goes. So what I wanted to share today is a new lesson plan that I developed with colleagues at NYU. We call it Open Knowledge Graphs, See How They Sparkle. And we chose a sparkly image for the background. It is part of the Digital Library Federation's most recent issue of their DLF Teach toolkit. And so we heard a little bit about using Wikidata or teaching it in educational context. So wanted to share this as a lesson that you could use or adapt if you so choose. And just I love this toolkit and its format. It gives a lot of kind of detail in the outline, what you need to do, and all of the materials that we produced. So I'll just show you one of those things. So we have a whole script on different queries. So this one is one that I developed that kind of takes you through building a query related to severe weather. So you kind of take the class, the workshop participants through modifying this query, and you end up with this, which looks for instances of severe weather that have a date between, that have a date. That don't have dates in properties, but do have dates in a label in some language. So this kind of sets you up to then have an editing activity where you can add that to Wikidata. So yeah, just want to share that this was recently published and we'd love for you to use it. Thanks so much.
WikiSite as the next Wikimedia sibling project.
Hi, how do y'all do? My name is Lane Raspberry. I'm Wikimedian at the School of Data Science at the University of Virginia. I'm going to pitch to you the idea of using WikiSite, a subproject in Wikidata, being the next Wikimedia Foundation sibling project. I'm going to say something about why anyone should care about this. I'm going to say what the problem, why haven't we done this already? And I'm going to ask for a particular kind of help that's pretty lightweight, but that would mean a lot for me if you could give it to me. So WikiSite, the reason why you should care about this, WikiSite connects Wikipedia to the best list of sources. I'm going to say this over and over again using different words, but we're talking about access to information, access to library catalogs, lists of the best sources that anyone has to offer. Some terms I'm going to be using over and over again. Wikidata, you're all familiar with this. This is a platform. WikiSite is the collection of data within Wikidata, which is citation metadata, like lists of scholarly publications, books, these kinds of things. Scholia is a Wikimedia platform tool which automatically queries the WikiSite content so that someone doesn't have to write the queries. It makes it easy for the end user. And you might be familiar with something called Google Scholar. You type in a term into Google Scholar, it gives you the academic papers. Scholia, WikiSite, is a project to make a Wikipedia's own version of Google Scholar. If you want to research a topic, find all the papers by a person or about a particular topic, then you can find it through Google Scholar. You can also find it through Scholia, the Wikipedia equivalent. So what are the benefits of doing this? We get scholarly profiling, the concept of scholarly profiling. So scholarly profiling, this means for a given person, you put in their name into the Wikipedia platform, you get a list of every paper they've ever published. If you put in the name of a knowledge institution, like a university, you get a list of every paper that's come out of that university. And you should also be able to curate this, just give me the chemistry papers or just give me the papers for the past 5 years. If you input a topic, you should be able to get all the papers on that topic, and then you can say, well, I just want the papers from universities in the United States. like be able to refine your query in some way. So it's within reach that we do this for free through Wikipedia. We're almost there. Having a little trouble with this. Another application for this is in Wikipedia, everyone critiques our fact-checking and quality control processes. Wouldn't it be nice if we could connect these kinds of queries with the list of papers to actual Wikipedia articles? Like if we have an article for a scientist, why don't we just automatically generate a link to their biography within the Wikimedia platform without sending them to a third-party commercial service or something that might be incomplete? If we have a publisher, again, Wikipedia articles on universities or museums or knowledge institutions of any kind, nonprofit organizations, think tanks, government agencies, get a list of all their publications, make it right findable within the Wikipedia article. We can almost do this. Article for a topic, people critique the quality of Wikipedia articles. There would be a lot less criticism if we knew that we were citing the most popular and consulted sources on a given topic and it was accessible through Wikipedia. We can do this. Something else that's been asked a lot, can we just connect Wikipedia instead of having prose citations, make these structured data citations through Wikidata? Almost there. We can almost move Wikipedia citations into a database. And if we did that, we wouldn't have these funny issues like authors not being aware that they're heavily cited in Wikipedia, or challenges with translation of moving citations from one article to another. There's a proposal that's already been written for this. It's like 20 pages. You can read, like, what are the benefits? How would we do this? Like, these proposals for all these things, they've been in circulation for a long time. Why haven't we done this already? Well, it takes a bit of money, which is not unreasonable. Wikipedia goes through about $200 million a year. So if we were committed to connecting citation databases to Wikipedia, it's within our budget, and plus there's external organizations that would sponsor that. Why is this more urgent right now? Because WikiCite has broken Wikidata. This is like really simplifying it, but Wikidata is kind of full. If we query things, the WikiCite data is clogging up the pipelines. It's making computation too expensive. So what is the solution to this? The near-term solution is splitting WikiCite out of Wikidata, having two graphs. In the future, there may be even more splits, and this is going to take software development to do this. There's other platforms that are making scholarly profiling tools, like there's all these commercial entities. You can look up what they are. They're not transparent. They don't have open data. We want open data for Wiki. We want it to be free for everyone in the world, especially for lower and middle income countries, so they can access these things. Again, this big blue slice of pie, you saw this from from an earlier speaker this morning. WikiCite's taking up so much. Because of WikiCite taking up so much, these bars right here is every time it's broken. Every day that the WikiCite has broken Scholia profiling service, it's gone down. It just goes down too much. Documentation about what the problem is. We're going to split it. Splitting delays the crisis. It doesn't fix it. We need some kind of like architecture exchange update on our database. There's people who have ideas for how to do this. We're not alone. There's other organizations that are supporting us. These are some nonprofit projects that are behind us with this. What I'm asking you to do to participate is just to be aware of the issue, just to sign off your support in further discussion. To get this to actually happen, we're going to need hundreds of signatures, but where it starts is about 30 signatures. Should we advance the conversation to the next level? If we get 30 signatures, then that gets a response from developers. Then we ask for 100 signatures, and then that gets another level of response. But anyone who can sign on your support to advancing the conversation about moving Wikipedia citations into the structured data age, that would be very helpful. Thank you so much. My name's Lane Raspberry. Happy to talk with any of you about this.
All right. So I'm Harrison Devine. I'm a local Wikimedian, mostly Wikidata and OpenStreetMap contributor, and I'm on the board of OpenStreetMap US. So I'm a little bit more on that mapping side. Richard asked if I would give a lightning talk, and I had already done a random weird data thing, and I said, sure, I'll talk about it. So this combines a couple of things. I grew up in Washington State, and we have like the Puget Sound and larger the Salish Sea, and there are a lot of islands I visited there as a kid, including Bainbridge Island and Decatur Island. And then I moved to Brooklyn, and I lived right near Bainbridge Street and Decatur Island. And so the thought popped into my head, how many streets in New York City share names with Salish Sea islands? So I had to set out to answer that. So I'm going to kind of walk you through quickly like how I thought about using both OpenStreetMap and Wikidata to do that. And then the third kind of component of the interest here is that I like to make kind of insane routes to ride my bike on, and so riding all the streets that share names with islands in the Salish Sea is like an interesting concept for me. So I'm using a Jupyter notebook which runs Python if you're familiar, and so I'll run through kind of the thought process here more than like the code itself. So we'll install some various dependencies, and then we're going to query first OpenStreetMap to get all the streets in New York City. And we're going to filter a little bit for things that aren't private and things that have bicycle access. So we'll run that query. So we just pulled in all of those streets in New York City. And then, let me make sure I'm in the right place. And then we're going to kind of convert that into a data format that we can work with, a data frame. And we're going to clean those road names a little bit so we don't have north, south, east, west, street, avenue, place, all those kinds of things in the street names. So we clean that data, and then we're going to query. So here's a quick preview of that. So we have, for example, we have this first one, Borum Place becomes just Borum for our matching. Then we're going to query Wikidata. So we are going to run a query of all the islands, so every item that has instance of island, and then we're trying to get to things that are located in the Salish Sea, which is that inland body of water in Washington State and British Columbia. So what we need to do is we get the Salish Sea and we select everything that's a part of it. And so we do that with selecting itself, selecting everything that's a part of it, selecting everything that's a part of it, and so on as far as the tree of those goes. So if we look quickly, we can see, for example, here's the Salish Sea. Here's the general area of it. So it's this whole body of water here. And what we can look at, we're using everything that is a part of it. So has part, for example, the Puget Sound is a part of the Salish Sea. And then if we drill down further, we get to things like, for example, we should have has part here somewhere. Yeah, so for example, here, then a part of Puget Sound is Elliott Bay, which is the bay that is next to Seattle. So we have all the layers of that. And then, so then from there, we look at every island that's located in or next to those bodies of water. So we run that query against Wikidata. So now we have a list of islands. And we're going to do the same thing. We're going to clean those names for all the things, again, like northeast, southwest. There are a lot of like little something island, rock, point, all those words. We're gonna strip those out of the islands. So here things like Tanglewood Island just becomes Tanglewood, Steamboat Island just becomes Steamboat, and then we're gonna match all of them. So here we're taking both of those cleaned names that we did where we stripped out various words, and it's going to run quickly here. And so we get things like Pitt Street matches with Pitt Island. And here my initial thought about this, Decatur Street and Decatur Avenue, Bainbridge Street and Bainbridge Avenue. And then we're going to just plot them on a map so we can see what they look like. So here, for all of you who were really wondering, all of the Salish Sea islands that share names with streets in New York City, here's the map of them. And so we have some in the Bronx, some in Brooklyn, some in Manhattan, some in Queens, all the 5 boroughs. So kind of the next question is creating a route to cover all of them. So you can do that manually, or there's a graph theory routing problem called the Chinese postman problem of traveling every route within a set of routes and doing that in the most efficient way. So you could theoretically take this data and then run it through that algorithm to solve for the most efficient route to travel all of those streets. All right. Any questions?
You haven't done it yet?
I haven't done it yet. Maybe tomorrow. Yeah. The link is on the event page to get to the notebook. This is a little bit of a weird place to run it. I might put it on GitHub as well.
Hey everybody, transit kind of screwed me over because I'm from this horrible, desolate location called New Jersey, so just give me a couple of seconds to set up. I guess I could talk in little pieces during this. Thank you. It's kind of the summary of my day. So hi, I'm Side Pocket. I've been kind of haunting and used to. I'm getting more back into it, editing Wikipedia for like I don't know over 10 years now. I've lost count, and most people kind of know me as like the token computer hacker around here. And usually I'm talking about stuff like that awesome presentation that came before me. That now I'm like, oh God, how do I follow up on this? But what I'm going to do instead is talk about something really cool. And I'm going to go for my links to that, which is called Wikis. Did anyone watch last year's Wikimania that was in Singapore? Can I see raise of hands? Anyone online? Because I'm pretty sure a lot of people didn't go there because it's Singapore. I'm too broke for that. But there was many amazing talks during that, and one of the talks that highly intrigued me. Let's try to. I hate touchpads. There we go. There's my resources link. Ta-da, was this interesting project that's done by the Wikimedia, the amazing people at the Wikimedia French group called Wikis. And they came into a very interesting problem in which, let me look at my notes here, that, everyone's trying to figure out how do we teach students Wikipedia, how do we teach academics Wikipedia, and there's a lot of people who are very computer illiterate. A lot of people don't know, kind of get the concept of what like a digital online encyclopedia is, and it was very frustrating to try to come up with. So what they ended up coming up with was, let's just use gamification, because gamification is a very big thing everywhere. Medical students now play virtualization games and practice runs before they encounter surgery or prescribe medicine. Same thing with the US military, and I think if it's good enough for them, they figured it'd be good enough to try to teach Wikipedia through this. So they came up with this game called Wikis, and it was originally all in French, and they sneakily kind of put out an English version of it during their time at Wikimania that they didn't originally link onto their site, but now that they have. And so the game is all in English now with some issues that I'm going to probably bring up later. And it's a very interesting game because what it does is it teaches basically the concept of Wikipedia, or as they say, there are, let's see if I could skip ahead on this. Debating if I should make a bad joke or not. But apparently, just like Islam, there are 5 pillars of Wikipedia, and this game is taught to kind of generally cover all of them. And so they wanted to highlight the encyclopedic nature of Wikipedia, that in the same way the internet's not a big dump truck, it's a series of tubes. Wikipedia is not just a giant first-hand account, repository, data dump. It's processed through multiple different users of very neutral opinions, citing sources, etc. Same thing with the neutrality points of view, which is always a contentious topic. The fact that it's open source and that no one has any control over the exact nature and data to put over there. It's kind of all done by consensus, and trying to deliver good community etiquette, and ultimately also having flexible rules, highlighting that even though these are the rules they came up with the game to support the pillars, that anyone can modify these rules. You don't have to be dogmatic to here. So the base way the game is played is that there's a game board, and then there's multiple cards, and on the cards there are different symbols on those cards. Some of them are blank, some of them have points of view, and there's 2 different types of eyes. They also designed this where even if you're colorblind, you should be able to parse the information on here, which I think is pretty neat. Then you have information, which are these little puzzle pieces. They are color-coded and letter-coded, and they match the source pieces, which is those little documents with the magnifying glass on them. There's also the evil X's, the errors that constantly plague Wikipedia because we're all human. And then there's the structured elements that put everything together. And the base way that you play this game is you set up the board, and everyone gets dealt 3 different cards, and you can do one of 2 things. You can either pass on your turn, in which you discard your card and then draw a new card, or you can put down a contribution card. You can put a card anywhere in the grid, and once all the cards are placed down, you can then start overlapping cards to try to, for example, if you have a card with an X on it, you want to get rid of that error, you can take a card with a blank or a source and put it over there. When you do that, though, it increases the edit gauge. And the game ends basically when the edit gauge reaches 10. And once that gauge is reached, you then do the point systems. This is a collaborative game. +1 for when you match an information with its source, 1 for every 2 pairs of 2 opposing different views, so you have to have the 2 different eyeballs, and there has to be a pair of them. It could be anywhere on the grid, by the way. 4 for a complete structure, and you -1 point for each error, and you try to get basically the best article you could possibly create. That's the base gameplay. In addition, their first area of variances is you can introduce later on to students or just for fun topic cards, which will sort of change the way the editing system works, or profile cards, which change how people play the game as they take different roles, such as scholars or librarians or computer hackers and things like that. So I'm really excited for the progress of this. There's also a lot of translation going on. Again, it mainly started off as French and for some reason Algerian, but now there's the English edition, there's a Spanish edition. Later on today on the site for Wikidata next to my name, I'll have the link sources to all of these. I would like to thank, if I can scroll down over here because I'm at the end now, the amazing team over at the French Wikimedia that I'm going to leave up here to put together. And in addition, I was supposed to be here a lot earlier, but at the end, I made a print of the game. So when we're all eating cake or whatever, I don't know if it's going to be in the orange tables or another room, but if you want to come find me. We'll try to test out this game because I want to eventually iterate on it myself, make bigger game board, etc. So thank you for rambling about this, and I hope you enjoy your Wikidata Day.
Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Molly Stark-Dean. My pronouns are she, her, hers, and I'm here to advocate for a revolution in journalism. Welcome to Women Do News. Wikis and Wiki sympathizer. Once again, my name is Molly Stark-Dean. I am a journalist, a content strategist, an audience development expert, and a total news nerd looking for her next newsroom for if there's any hiring managers in the position to hire a news nerd. Most importantly, ladies and gentlemen, I am an advocate for change on Wikipedia. Women Do News isn't just a project. It's a movement. We're here to increase the visibility of women journalists on Wikipedia, the world's 6th most visited English language website. Our mission is clear and undeniable. We will increase women journalists' visibility by increasing and improve their Wikipedia entries. This isn't just important, this is crucial. Our mission, friends and enemies, let me hit you with a cold, hard fact. Only 19% of Wikipedia articles are about women. 19%. In 2023, this is unacceptable, and we're here to change it. Why it matters. Why does this matter? Visibility on Wikipedia drives gender parity in journalism leadership. The lack of representation impacts the safety, credibility, recognition, and income of women journalists. This isn't just unfair, it's detrimental to my entire industry. humans and non-humans, the gender gap on Wikipedia is not just stark, it is shocking. Women are face barriers, including lack of time, harassment, and outdated social cultural norms. But we're here to break down those barriers. Distinguished guests from the FBI's most and least wanted lists. The challenges for women journalists are real and they are severe. 2/3 of women journalists have experienced intimidation, threats, and abuse in the workplace. This is not just a problem, it's an epidemic. On social media, women journalists face 3 times the abuse of their male counterparts. In traditional media, the numbers are just alarming. This isn't just inequality, it's injustice. Spooktacular Wikidata entries. This might sound like spooky season fiction, but only 13% of active editors on Wikimedia projects identify as a woman. 13%. This isn't just underrepresentation, it's erasure. But, ladies and gentlemen, we have a plan and it's bold. We nominate, we write, we edit. We're not just changing entries, we're changing the narrative. Guys, gals, and binary pals, I implore you to join us, sign up, nominate, edit, and spread the word. This isn't just a cause, it's a call to action. Beloved friends and tolerated acquaintances, my name is Molly Stark-Dean. Thank you for your attention and your passion. Together, we will ensure that women journalists receive the recognition they deserve. This isn't just a presentation. It's a beginning of a journalism Wikipedia revolution. The friends you make with Wikidata Day cake will be awesome. That's not a prediction, it's a spoiler.
All of our fantastic Wikidata Day Lightning Talk speakers. And I would like to further our Hats for Edits scheme. Not only do you get a hat if you edit Wikidata in a substantial way, all of our Lightning Talk speakers are also entitled to a hat for your contribution to the thought process of Wikidata Day. And you have a choice of hats. You can have the Wikidata Day Editor hat, or you could have the iHeart Q60 hat referencing our beloved New York City, iHeart New York City. And you hopefully maybe to our new nightclub, the Studio Q60, where people can contribute Wikidata maybe more than once a year, and we can have maybe gatherings every couple months. So yeah, feel free to, if you want one of these, or if you want to. For some Wikidata cake. Of course, it is Wikidata's birthday. It's the 12th birthday. We celebrate Wikidata being founded in 2012. Of course, it's Wikidata numbers Q2013. And hopefully we'll get together as well, maybe throughout the year as the Q60 Club. So please reconvene and have some cake. There's also the Wikidata official cake, and there's also a French cake brought by a Wikimedia editor from France. It's come from France through Canada to New York on the plane, on the train. It's a s'more than the other cake, but it's a nice bonus. Yeah, thank you. And also, if you want to host anything at your institution, let us know. We're always looking for space to do wiki events. Thanks. Yeah, anything you want. Yeah, did you make what? I made an item page for an artist in the show. That's good. Yeah, that counts. Yeah. Okay. I made. Okay, great. Yeah. If you want to share.